All right. What up, everybody? How's it going out there? Thinker here. And I don't understand or know how many times that this can happen when it comes to these MMA promotions saying one thing and then doing another. This one I really don't understand. Tell you about it after cracking the bullwhip here. Oh. I can only feel myself getting more hyped about this as the Red Bull enters the system. So today we're going to be watching R1 Fighting Series 6, Edição VI. And it says it's supposed to start at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can see on this poster right above my head here, that little box. It's hard to see because the quality of the poster is not great. But that little red dot at the very bottom of the poster, that says 18H. That would mean 1800 hours. That is 7 o'clock, I believe, right? 1800? No. Wait a second. That's 1900 hours, isn't it? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's 6. 6 o'clock. So, I don't know. This event was supposed to start at 7 o'clock. Then it says on 6 o'clock on here, I guess. Yeah, 18 hours. And then now it started at 4 o'clock p.m., I guess is the end of the story. Either way, it was supposed to start at 7. It apparently started at 4. I'm putting everything out there like normal. Hey, we're going to start at 7 o'clock. We're going to do a watch along. And then the event is already going on when I sign on to get everything set up. So I'm not super happy about this. But we talked it over in the Discord. We said we wanted to watch fights, so we're going to do a replay watch of this. The link to the fights are in the description of the stream on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube. And we're just going to start it up in a couple minutes here and just run it from the beginning. So whatever, I guess. I just don't get it. I do not get this promotion, I guess, whatever. They're a smaller promotion in Brazil. Maybe it's a little bit, it's just odd to me that you would start it early as opposed to late. I don't know what the rationale for moving the start time up is. But I just don't understand. KSW, BKFC, this, now it's starting to get hard for me to remember all of the ones that have had problems when we've tried to do watch-alongs for things that are not UFC. It's ridiculous. MMA making it difficult to be a fan, even when the fights are free on YouTube. So I don't get it. But either way, we're going to be doing a watch along today. If you want to watch along, I'll give you the sync point. We're going to start it from the beginning of the transmission, and we're just going to let it play through and see what these fights are like here. Let me catch up with you guys checking in early, which I always appreciate, even if I do not appreciate what is going on with the fights themselves. John Dong coming in early. John, how are you, sir? Good to see you, my guy. Wanted to tell you, John Dong, I think I might have mentioned this already, but if I didn't, I ended up watching the Jenny Nicholson video that you were talking about, and then I tried to watch the EFAP episode, which is, I guess you'd said it, but I didn't remember that it's 11 hours long, and I cannot tell you, this is a perfect stream for me to be talking about this because I like the way that it made that stuff, like I could already feel myself kind of shitting on it, like even if I was trying to be nice about it. EFAP, I had never listened to or tried to sit down for a prolonged period of time to listen to every frame of pause. That show is so fucking boring. I could not imagine, that show has like thousands and thousands of viewers. And I don't understand how that show could possibly be popular. It is so boring. And to have that for 11 hours at a clip, I was like, oh my God, who the hell is sitting here for 11 hours watching this shit? But either way, just wanted to let you know I did watch that though. So appreciate you, and we can talk about that at some point. Savage coming in early. Did I actually catch a Yama live at a decent time? Pinch me, I'm dreaming. Pinch me, thinker, brother. Pinch, pinch. The man is here. Appreciate you being here as well. Get these fights going in a couple minutes here. Although it doesn't really matter when we start the fights now. I just said we were going to start at 7 o'clock because that's what the old start time was. We can start it now. We can start it in an hour. Who gives a fuck? We'll see what the deal is. We're started at 7 o'clock, but just saying. Appreciate you being here, Savage. And yeah, I guess it is kind of nice to start at a somewhat normal time, considering that after this stream is over, I'm going to be doing the first export of the Roadhouse review. Yes, people, the Roadhouse review is finished being edited, hopefully. Fingers crossed that everything went right the first time, because the re-editing process is such a pain in the ass with these long episodes if I have to do any. But I'm going to be getting a render of it after this, wake up to it tomorrow, and if all things go well, again, fingers crossed, knock on the wood that is near you, we'll be getting that out tomorrow. So hopefully the Roadhouse review comes out tomorrow, but I cannot promise that because got to find out how the edit goes. But we're getting closer. CTE is here. Never happier to see an ad than when it's before a Yama stream. Oh, yes. Appreciate that, bro. I really hope that the ad stuff is not messing with everybody. I know that it's a little bit of a jarring change for people now that the channel is monetized. I wanted to mention, I'm glad you said something about that. We're still going to get started here in a couple minutes. But when it comes to ads, I specifically have tried to keep the ads to a minimum because I know that there are a lot of channels now in the way that YouTube makes it. You can put so many fucking ads on everything, especially too with live streams. You can be having ads like every 5 minutes. And I specifically have chosen the lowest tier of ad placement. So hopefully it specifically says ads that are conducive to a good viewing experience for your audience. So I was like, I got to hope that that's somewhat in that range, but I know that ads are annoying, and I apologize that that's the case. Trust, I wish that there was a way for me to still be monetized without you guys having to have ads, but hopefully it doesn't affect the viewing experience all that much. Appreciate you, bro. Came in on a legendary crash out. I knew it. I said it in the Discord before I got on. I was like, I know I'm going to have something to say. I knew that I was going to be upset about this. And like, it's upsetting. I set a fucking alarm for this event. This rando event that, you know, could be good, could be bad. We'll find out. But like, I specifically set up things for this, you know? I don't care what they've got going on down in Brazil. It's all about Yama and what we've got going on. It's all about us and what we're doing. Oh, well. Hydra's here. Non-UFC promotions, not so secretly, don't actually want to be popular. Bro, I swear to God, you're not wrong. I swear that it's like, it's either that or it's just like they just can't get it fucking together. They just cannot get their act together. Like, and this is not even for this specific promotion or even small promotions. KSW is a big promotion over there in Poland. Why are their times fucked up? Why are the times always not matching what is being reported? Because, I mean, again, I always say I go off of Grabaka, I go off of Kaposa's website. He is excellent at keeping track of all of these things, and he updated it whenever he got the information. But I swear, I thought I was going nuts when I saw 7 o'clock and then went back and it was 4 o'clock. It wasn't until CTE confirmed that he also had seen that it was 7 o'clock. So it's like, we're trying to play whack-a-mole with these fucking start times. Why? Trying to be fans over here. Annoying as hell. Anyway. Chase is in the chat. CP Smalls is here. Got you playing on the drive home, brother. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you for being here. Drive safe, my guy. Cracked open a beer. Time for some fights. Let's go. Yes, we're going to start the fights in 2 minutes. That EFAP episode sucked. I mean, I couldn't imagine that show being good if that's what because I was bouncing around trying to like listen to their actual critiques. And the first one that you get to is them talking about how like the sign at the beginning with the store closing and like all of like what could have happened with the store closing and all this stuff. And I'm like, you are literally spending an hour talking about this minor thing from her video. I mean, granted, I guess that's what they're there to do. But like, it was not engaging even when they were actually talking about the subject at hand. And then they went on off these fucking ridiculously boring tangents, like that whole reoccurring joke about Jeb Bush. I was like, okay, this got really played really early. But regardless. So yeah, I think Jenny Nicholson won that. The only thing I will say about Jenny Nicholson for me is that whenever I watch one of her videos, since she is so YouTube friendly, the algorithm just says, oh, you want Jenny Nicholson? Boom! All Jenny all the time. So like anytime I watch one of her videos, now I see Jenny Nicholson in my feed all day and all night. So not that, you know, I mean, she's a fine YouTuber or whatever, but like it's a little bit much because she is like so optimized for the algorithm. She's clean. She's talking about things that people are interested in, you know, as far as Star Wars and all that kind of stuff. She's talking about popular subjects in a clean and advertiser-friendly, safe manner. So now I get nothing but Jenny. So, all right, 7 o'clock is coming up here. I'm going to give you the start time, or I'm going to start the timer and start the stream. There we go. It's 7 o'clock. So your countdown will be. Let's see. Hopefully I have this all set up right. If I do this correctly, I believe that I can just start the timer on time here. So, all right, from the very beginning of the stream. Starting from the very beginning. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Of course, did not. All right, there we go. All right, so it'd be like a little bit off, but just by a second. So the feed has started on there. And again, we're starting from the very, very beginning. So I'll let you know when the actual fight, when the broadcast part starts, but now we're just seeing the card here, seeing the advertisement for it. Ads are welcome on the Yamma stream. Get the paper. Appreciate that, bro. Yes, we're a couple pennies trickling in. Appreciate that. What would really, really help, and I'll put this in the Discord too, but if you guys have those boosts that we talked about, I know you got the boost thing on mobile. When the Roadhouse review comes out, if you guys could boost that would mean a lot to me, because these long reviews, these 4-hour reviews that Chase and I do, like, they take a long time to edit. As you've seen, that there hasn't been any video content on the channel for a while. That's because I've been editing the Roadhouse review. Hopefully I'm going to be able to outsource that at some point. Just those. I'll still be editing my own stuff. But when it comes to those, like, if we could get the boosts on that, it would really mean a lot, because I know that both Chase and myself really enjoy doing that series, and it'd be nice to get a little bit of hype around that, so that we can do more of that, and then let that be more of part of the general rotation of things, even though it already is. But just have an audience around that too. So that would be a great way to support for free, in addition to watching the ads and all that crap. So I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much for your support and being understanding of the ad stuff, because I always know how I feel about that. I remember I have premium now, just because I got it with the phone plan. But I remember when I didn't have premium, and I was like, oh my God, with the fucking ads, people just spamming ads. I literally on the videos that I put out now, you go through and you manually can set where you have ad placement. And I've had to strip out probably 2/3 of the ads that you could place in there, because if you don't, it's just ad. I mean, I went back and redid it for the Ilya Taporia video that I did, and I think that it has maybe 3 or 4 ads in it now. If I didn't do that, it would have been somewhere 10 ads in a 25-minute video. I was like, this is unacceptable. I don't know how YouTube is thinking that that's okay, but either way. Meat Rocket is here. Don't worry, I'm here for you, brother. I am so glad that that's the case, because I need someone to hold me very closely right now, considering how upset I have been about R1 fighting series. So I'm taking the warm caress of a Meat Rocket. Nothing weird about that. Nothing strange about being warmly caressed by a Meat Rocket. We all support you, bro. Thank you, Savage. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Never complain about the ads, brother. Get the money. Appreciate that as well. Thank you, CTE. Tapology hasn't even updated the fights for this event. Clearly, they're not clued in that it started earlier. Yeah, well, how would you? How would you be clued in unless you fucking went to the event like I did? Unless you came to it early. Because that's literally how I found out. I got up, I took a little small nap because I was getting ready for this. I did everything the way that I normally do it. How we say, okay, we get about an hour, or I usually start about an hour early getting everything set up. I come on, I'm setting up the stream titles and all that stuff or whatever, and I look for the show, and I'm like, oh, there are fights happening right now. At first, I thought maybe they were playing a replay, because sometimes they'll do that where they play a replay of a previous event before the event starts. And, just as a teaser, or, a whet the appetite kind of thing. They'll play clips and highlights and stuff. But no, it's the actual event. So I'm like, great. Wow. The one day that we're, doing a nice weekday stream, I was so happy about this, considering that I've been spending so much time with the Roadhouse review. I feel like I've been denying everybody the content right now. I want to get back to business over here. So, I mean, it's like, granted, I'm very glad that we are here, And of course, we got the Monday show. We'll be doing something on Friday. All of those things are what they are. But, like, this was just a nice little cherry on top of everything. And now we've got to do it this way. I'm glad that we are doing it this way, though. So, shout out again to UCT. Oh, hey, all right. Feed has started. Headphones going on. We're looking at a man in a tuxedo. Sorta. All right, man with bow tie. Some kind of mid-ring girls. Sorry. I know that's kind of mean. I shouldn't have said that. 480p quality. Why? Hold on, let me get there we go. All right, 1080p now. Yeah, I stand by it, though. These are not the best ring girls I've ever seen. Damn. Anyway. All right, whatever. I forgot what I was talking about. Hype points will go to whatever videos drop when it's finally Roadhouse. It will get them too. Appreciate you, Hydra. Thank you, guys. Yes, again, it's a very good and free way to support, and, I appreciate that greatly, man. Like, I like to try to make as much free as possible. I don't want, I know how hard it is to earn a buck nowadays, It is not easy out there for any of us, so know that anytime that there's a free option, I appreciate that, and if you so choose to put any money towards the stream, I very, very genuinely appreciate it, because I do know the value of $1. YouTube is evil now with ads. It's insane watching on a guest account on a friend's TV or something. True. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's amazing to me. Back when I didn't have premium, I was like, I guess I just got used to it, but even towards the end, before I got premium, I was like, God, this is ridiculous with the ads. Like, it really does not go more than like 3 to 5 minutes before ads now. And that's the default. That's the thing that really gets me. Is that if you look, like, I guess I can bring it up on stream at some point, just like, not tonight because it's just logistically, but like, I'll show you, or at least I'll take a screen grab of it and post it in the Discord of like what it looks like when you're doing the ad placement. And the automatic placement is just, it's so many ads. I mean, like, it's ridiculous the amount of ads. And I mean, a lot of them are like the 5-second skippable ones or whatever, but still, I mean, like, just what I always think about with that is, like, let's say that you're watching a video that has like a weighty subject matter, right? Actually, a good example of this is, I saw, I'm in YouTube groups and stuff. So like, I saw a streamer who does ASMR. This is a perfect example of it. She's like, it's a little bit disconcerting to me to be doing ASMR that's supposed to be relaxing to people, and then all of a sudden you get hit with bam, fucking vodka commercial, bam, fucking hotels.com commercial, blah, 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 fucking Chili's, Arby's, Applebee's. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, it sucks. Whoa, Jesus Christ. They just decided to start the musical portion of the show. This is their Brazilian version of Face the Pain. There is nobody in attendance for this thing. Maybe it's because they all think it's supposed to start at 7. And this guy is walking out with an autism flag. I mean, there's nothing funny about that part, but autism awareness. It's just I don't know. It's just an interesting visual. This guy literally is holding a flag that just says autism at the top of it. I'm sure that there's something underneath it that speaks to autism awareness as the cause, but I don't speak Portuguese, so all I understood was autism. Guy is a big Arnold Allen fan. I'm taking the meat rocket. I never said that I was taking the meat rocket. I'm being warmly caressed by it. By him. I don't know if that's better. I'm always looking for live MMA events to watch when UFC isn't on. Same, exactly. That's why we're here. That's what we're doing. That's why I love the YouTube version of this. Yo, this broadcast is jank, my guys. Like, they just had the music going. They had one angle for this, and then they cut away, and the music stopped, and now we're looking at Tuxedo Man again over here with the ring girls. Yeah, like, oh, bro. He's just standing there silent, like they're waiting for the cue to start introducing the next guy. Oh, man. These promotions could benefit from Yama Event Services. All right? Yama Event Services, we will come down and we will teach you how to use the equipment to make these shows run properly. I will get on that fucking Telecaster myself. I will get on the switchboard and show you how to run this thing. Jesus Christ. I will certainly tell you when and how to mix your audio as well. Good Lord, they just dropped this guy's walkout music, and it is ridiculously loud. You can probably hear it through the headphones. Yeah, they just lowered it now. Nothing is more jarring than being in the middle of a philosophy video and getting an unskippable ad bomb. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. So annoying. Bleeding Edge, how are you? Wait, what are we watching? Is this live? Oh, brother, go back and watch the beginning of the VOD. Suffice to say, no, this is not live. It was supposed to be live. We were going to be watching it live, but then all of a sudden they decided to start the event 3 hours early. So we're watching the VOD version of it, or we restarted the live. So we are at, where is this? It's hard to even say because like the way that YouTube does the playback, it's like I have to kind of estimate, but we're just about right before the first fight is going to start, and that is at minus 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 16 seconds based on what I can see on the playback here. So, but the link to the event is in the description of the stream. I love watching my gambling lolcows, and YouTube thinks I must want to high roll in Vegas with all the ads. True. Yes. Yeah. Well, that's just commonplace everywhere nowadays with the gambling advertisements. I mean, that's every single thing that you watch is gambling ads all over the place. All right, I lowered the volume here a little bit on this thing because, good Lord, they do not know how to mix. All right, first fight is about to start. No graphics to let us know who these people are. So, shout out to these guys. Yeah, R1, this might be at least one of the lowest production values that we have watched. Now, granted, I'm sure, they announced the guys. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we do get graphics. All right, we at least get the countdown graphics. So, Gabriel versus Vitor Moreira. Don't know the first names. I assume that those are last names. Looks like a light spar right now. These guys are not really going very hard. Are these pro bouts? I don't even know. But yeah, the gambling is everywhere. Gambling is super prolific. Proliferated, I guess I should say. It's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. Feels wrong seeing a fighter with no tattoos. True. That's what, I forgot who said that. This is a while ago now, but somebody had said that nowadays having no tattoos is the new having tattoos. So your boy is punk rock by default. And actually, if you really break it down in those terms, came out the womb punk rock. My high school literally produced better quality stuff than this. I mean, I'm not trying to, look, man, respect to all of these organizations. I appreciate the fact that we're getting to watch fights for free, even if this fight right now is really more of a spar. These guys are, they're not putting any power on anything right now. They are literally, there we go. I mean, but yeah, this is like choreography. Like, neither of these guys, it's almost kind of funny. This looks like they're, practicing for choreographed, if they were in a movie that's okay, we're going over the move set right now, all right? So I'm gonna punch here, and then okay, now you step back. Yeah, they are not fighting right now. But hey, I'm not. My point is, I'm not trying to meme these guys. That was a takedown. Yeah, I mean, he's not even he's not trying to punch him. Is this? Are these amateur bouts, or is this are these exhibition, or what is this? This literally looks like play fighting, or more. This looks like you're trying to put on performative MMA. This is what it would look like if we were this looks like if you were doing a stage play and part of the stage play had MMA in it. But I don't want to be too mean to the organization or the fighters, but I'm just pissed off at the fact that we were going to watch this thing live and now we have to watch it on replay, and then, of course, this is what we're getting. I still think like only 30% or less of the world's population has a tattoo. Yeah, that tracks. I mean, if we're talking about full world population, probably. Excuse me. If we're talking about like the developed world, it's probably a lot higher, but you know, I mean, I'm sure that there are a lot of places, you know, a lot of cultures just don't do tattoos at all. Do Indians are tattoos against Indian culture? Because I know they do the henna, but are actual tattoos like against Hinduism or whatever? Because like I don't know if I've ever like I'm trying to think, but it's like very rare that I can ever remember seeing an Indian person with a tattoo. So if that's the case, if they're not, you know, if that's not culturally acceptable, then like that's a large percentage of the world population right there that would not have them. Is this Gabriel guy Make-A-Wish or something? What was that reversal? No, dude, I'm telling you, these guys are play fighting right now. Like, this is not a real fight. This can't be a real fight. They're not actually putting any kind of power on anything. Like, this is performative right now. It has to be. In 50 years, everyone kid will be cringing at all their parents with their tats since it's always cycles. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't, you know, look, get tattoos if you want them. I of course, have no problem with tattoos. There are plenty that I think are very cool and all that. Like, but yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, like, you know, you do have to remember it is forever and it does go in cycles as far as how people view them. But either way, live it, own it. I remember a girl that I knew, you know, she posted a meme once that was like, how am I going to feel when I'm 70 years old with tattoos? I'm going to feel like a 70-year-old badass. And I was like, yeah, good for you. Yeah, this is not a fight, what we're watching right now. I mean, does he have a tattoo on the side of his head? Or is that a birthmark? That's got to be a birthmark, right? Because that would be crazy to just have the head tattoo. Going Chuck Liddell style. Head tattoo only. Wow, your dad also has a pocket watch and a rose. Mine has a lion and a rose. Yeah, exactly. We'll be comparing tattoos. My dad's tattoos are cooler than your dad's tattoos. Is that it? Okay, yeah, that definitely was like play fighting. Yeah. Like what was the point of that? Yeah, I am also confused. This is why I love watching this stuff, though. Like, I have no idea what that was. Like, maybe it was a Make-A-Wish thing. Oh, maybe it's the autism deal. Yeah, so maybe that was like a charity fight. Okay, look, again, I was not trying to meme on it in the first place. Maybe we were being a little insensitive. So maybe that was like an autism exhibition thing. You know, maybe it was kind of a Make-A-Wish thing. Which is great. If that's the case, then great. You know, obviously, that's a very nice thing. Yeah, fight for the cause, I guess is what that says under there. All right, now at least we've gotten to the bottom of that. Of course, the language barrier makes it a little bit difficult, but, you know, not trying to be disrespectful to any of that. Not good for him. Yeah, Hydra, I think you're correct. I think that's probably what the case was. I gotta believe. I mean, they certainly made him look the part. He's got the mohawk going on. Yeah, shout out to this kid if that's what he wanted to do. And, you know, in Brazil, I mean, thinking about it in logical terms, in Brazil, I mean, that must be, like, not uncommon, I would think. Obviously, fight culture, huge there. And he wanted the mic, though. He was like, hey, look, my wish is not over just from getting in here and play fighting. I want to be able to cut my promo. But I don't think so. I mean, look, I am not an expert on this subject, and I know that it is a spectrum, obviously. He does not seem like, let me take that back. Let me reel that one back in a little bit. If he has autism, he seems very high functioning. So maybe again, I think maybe this was more just for a charity thing. I think that this was like a charity exhibition match. But if that was like, I don't know, maybe have an actual fight and still do that. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Thinker viciously bullies and attacks autistic charity fight for Make-A-Wish. I know, yeah, for real. I'm already, these are the things that I'm going to have to be dealing with throughout the course of the Yama life cycle. So, oh, they got a sign language interpreter. Is this whole event? Is that what this event is? Maybe we walked into something that we don't know about. Mr. Rage Quit, how are you, sir? Good to see you, bro. Mr. Rage Quit, if you want to watch along with what we're trying to feel our way through here, by all means, the link is in the description on YouTube if you want to watch what we're watching. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Rage Quit. Shout out to you, shout out to your lovely girlfriend, and shout out to your girlfriend's son, who seems like a fine, upstanding young man. Thinker claims only visible disabilities are real. No. Oh my God. With the fucking volume. Dude, this is... we're having a time today, people. We are having a time today. Like, the volume changes are dramatic. Like, usually it's not something that come on, man. Like, I mean, I was in audio for many, many years. I can take, like, a shift in volume, but, like, they are really going crazy with the volume on this thing. Because they switched over to ads, that's why. Like, they went from the event feed to the ad feed, and they don't have it leveled properly. It is good to see some good production value out of the advertisements. I remember that when we watched Acesso. The ad quality is pretty good down there in Brazil. They've got good production quality. Clipping this for when the Yama Exposed doc comes out and I can be a disgruntled mod. True. Well, I hope that you stick with me when that happens, brother. Lord knows I can already hear, like, the fucking Groiper community circulating around Yama at some point in the future. That he's one of those, obviously, sure that you know what I'm referencing. Let him come, baby. We take it as it comes. We'll log on YouTube. Hey, appreciate you, Rage Quit. Yeah, it's just if you wanted to see the event link that we're watching, I'll give you a timestamp, or at least a relative timestamp. Once the advertisements go, we can do that. Maybe I should apologize for suggesting this. No, dude, I was already going to do it. Like I said, you beat me to it. I had this as the plan for today. Thinker's going to go deaf, bro. I'm amazed that I'm not already deaf based on the work that I used to do. Is this an LFA ad in Brazil right now? Damn, LFA. LFA doing advertisements on other promotions. They had a fighting nerd. Song's not bad. Talking about Florida Gators. Did they literally just advertise an event that is over? Brother, this is bad news bears right now, dude. That event that they just advertised. God damn it. I can't keep up with everything right now, dude. The LFA event that they just advertised is over, by the way. Then they cut to this commercial here, which, whatever this, the Secretaria de Esporte Al Azhar, whatever. Fine, but that was so loud. You're seeing it? Awesome, Rage Quit. Yeah, so we are at about 3, minus now, of course, because we're on the VOD, so I don't know how it's hard to give you an actual timestamp, but we're getting into the second fight now, so. Somewhere in the minus 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 58 seconds range, if you're trying to keep up. This looks like an actual MMA promotion now. Yeah, I mean, are you seeing the fight already? because I'm not there yet. That first fight had to be charity. So yeah, it definitely was. I'm pretty sure it was. I think is one of them juice and it's not apple juice. That is very true. That is very true. You know? And the unfortunate thing is that those communities cluster together. That's why I'm so surprised that we ended up getting somebody like that in general. But like, you could tell that person in question, you know, was trying to not be exclusive to that, but like couldn't help himself or whatever. So like, but those people do end up going back to other groups of those kinds of people. And then, you know, I can already see like targeted stuff happening at some point down the road, but hey, it's the internet, baby. Take it as it comes. Trust. I had to think about that element of it. And one thing that I know for goddamn sure is you were never going to catch Thinker St. James in lol cow territory. You can clip that. Like, I'm never going to be letting any trolling get to your boy to the point that I'm Jordan Petersoning. You know what I mean? Checkmate. Intellectual dark web or whatever. Jordan Petersoning. Literally watching torture. I'm trying, man. I don't know if you ever had one, but Red Stripe is such a 6 out of 10 beer. I've had Red Stripe before. Yeah, I enjoyed Red Stripe, but again, like when I was drinking beer, I never like really like was a big drinking guy. Like, I mean, like a drinker for taste. You know what I'm saying? So, just blowing your ears out and forcing you to see your job done poorly. Brother, I'm trying so hard. It's okay though. It's okay. You know, like what I will pros and cons over here. Pros and cons. What I like is that I appreciate that they did some charity stuff. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that there's only positive with that, even if it was a weird thing. You know, it was a weird it was a weird display. But all good there. And this is fixable problems. That's the other thing I want to say. These are fixable problems. Like, this is something that, like, all it takes is just a good crew attached to a project like this, and they could be better. All right, fight number 2 is underway. Okay, fight number 2. Pedro Pereira versus Enzo Valladares. Yes, and this actually does look like MMA, so good deal here. Isn't Red Stripe Jamaican? Yes, Red Stripe is Jamaican. Hooray, beer! I remember those old advertisements back in the day. I used to like that ad campaign with the Jamaican guy. He'd be like, Red Stripe, it's beer! Hooray, beer! I was like, That's old school now. That was like the 90s, I want to say, or like early 2000s. All right, they are actually fighting now, thank God. Red Stripe is nice. Yeah, I guess you do get Red Stripe out in Norway. That's cool. Red Stripe is international. It's Jamaican, of course. It's Jamaican for beer, like Foster's is Australian for beer. Yaman. There you go. There's Chairway. What's up, man? Shouldn't it be yellow stripe then? Red stripe should be Canada or Indonesia or Poland or something. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the red stripe part of it has something to do with diving. I think it comes from the diving flag, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think at one point I looked it up because I was like, where's the red stripe? Like, what does that even mean? But I think it's like something to do with like the diving flag. Like when you do like scuba diving. I think. Don't quote me on that. Oh, all right. A couple little decent shots here finally. Again, now we have to actually get into the mode of watching fights. Ooh. Counter elbow looked like, but I don't think that he meant to do it. Bro trying to go for a trip. Who's who here again? Okay, Pedro is in the blue and Enzo is in the red. Honestly, for a lager, it probably deserves a 7.5 and not a 6. True, you're the beer aficionado, my man. You would know way better than me. Nice uppercut for Pedro. Nice knee. Hey, there's skateboards. Appreciate you, bro. I wish I liked beer. Beer drinkers are the happiest drinkers. Only if they're happy things to be happy about, I guess. All right, that was a decent little round for those guys. They're actually fighting. We're watching a real event now. I just really hope that they don't start doing... Oh, okay. Okay, music is good. Music is good. I literally was about to say, I hope that they don't start blasting music between rounds, but they do have the music leveled. We're good. Shout out to Trinidad and Tobago. They should have gotten the red stripe name. True. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Jamaica beat them to it. Also, fire food, but super underrated. Trinidad and Tobago? I don't know if I've ever had Trinidadian food. I'll have to see if there's some in town. There probably is. I can tell you that food representation in Florida is very good. There's at least a food truck for almost everything. I'll have to see if I can go find a Trinidadian food truck. All right. Shout out to the Audi TT, full name Audi Trinidad and Tobago. Okay. You think the 12-6 is legal? I don't know. It's a good question. Ooh, damn, nice counter shot by Pedro. That might have hurt him a little bit. Yeah, they're saying go. They're saying go. Go, brother. You had him hurt. You had him stunned at the very least. It's a good question, though. I don't know what the rule set is in this. And then, yeah, Enzo ends up getting the takedown. I'm biased towards dark craft beer, but as long as it has a full flavor, I think it's an above average lager. Okay. Fair enough. You know the beer culture much better than myself. You could probably tell me, like, if it has notes of things. Do you ever do that, CTE? Do you ever do the swirl it around and sniff it bullshit that the wine guys do? I always think that you look like a grade A snob when you do shit like that. But if they like it, again, to each his own, right? Live and let live. Ooh, is he setting up head? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Got the guillotine in that looks like an anaconda. Oh, he might have that. Oh, bro. Yeah, Pedro trying to outposition, but he transitions out of it. Dude, should have just tried to keep that locked, honestly. I would have tried to have readjusted that choke for Enzo. Enzo had that nice. No commentary for this, by the way. That being said, honestly, I really don't even need the headphones. It's like I can't understand the announcer and there's no commentary. We got a Vietnamese place where I'm at, and it's so good. I've been going. So I know you told me about the Vietnamese place. That's what's up, bro. You got to make sure that when you go, if you like it that much, that you're trying like all the things on the menu. They got like 4-foot-tall Labubus in there. Are Labubus? No, those are Japanese, aren't they? No hard feelings. Yeah, I only had Discord for a month or two. Yeah, no hard feelings. Share away, you're fine, bro. Just keep it under control in the chat here and you're all good. You just don't know when to quit. That's all. I mean, it's really all it comes down to. So just keep it under control, bro. That's all you got to do. It's really not, it's not hard. CTE, is there any beer that doesn't taste like old, bitter, gross bread? These are the questions. I drink beer to improve my mind, end all war, help mankind. There you go. Well, first time I get to watch, and that was that. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it, Mr. Rage Quit. You're understanding why we are here doing this so often. It's for fights like that first one. Now, this fight's not bad, actually, the one we're watching right now. Kid almost got the head and arm. Little stunner shot at the beginning of the round. This is a good, decent little fight right now. Don't swirl your beer; it'll fuck up the pour. Oh yes, true. You do have to have like a specific pour method, right? I think that's only for Guinness, but maybe it's for all beer. Try some Belgian beer. It tastes like flowers. Ooh, I'm down with that. I always used to think that gin tasted like flowers. Try lime beers or Mexican beer with lime like Sol or Modelo. I always did like a Modelo. I enjoyed Modelo. Ads work. When Modelo was a sponsor, I was drinking Modelo. Ooh, let's go. Enzo with some nice hands. Enzo trying to end this thing. Yo, hammer time, baby. Let's go, Enzo. Enzo Valadares. Uvai Morer, brother. I'm a habitual line stepper, but you moved the goalposts on me a few times. I mean, I made a joke on that last time, but I was pretty clear about what was going to happen. And again, I think that you're mistaken on freedom of speech, brother. Like, freedom of speech, I don't want you to be arrested for your speech or have governmental, consequence for your speech. However, the Discord is a private institution, and private institutions have their own set of rules. So, you cannot like them, but I go off the CM Punk thought process. Somebody blasting music on the outside on the street, they can blast music on the outside on the street. You come into my house and blast music, I'm gonna tell you to shut the fuck up with the music. You know what I'm saying? If I don't like the music. If I like the music, all good. That's also the other thing too. The cardinal rule of trolling is keep it entertaining. If I'm laughing, then it's all good. And trust, I can laugh at that kind of humor all the time, but it has to actually have a punchline, which is where I think so much humor falls short nowadays. We've talked about this on stream. Hey, Checkmate, what's good, my guy? Good to see you, brother. Hope all is well. How about that BKFC card, my guy? Your boy, Dustin Paig, getting a beautiful win. Also, Rico DeJulo coming through with another highlight knockout on that card. BKFC was fucking lit, my guy. And new is true, brother. Yes. Yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed it. I love BKFC, bro. I saw that you had Pat on the show recently, Pat Brady, so good for you guys. In 2 weeks till Knucklemania 6, let's go, dude. Yeah, I got to see what the schedule looks like, but if all goes according to plan, I will definitely be watching Knucklemania. Wouldn't miss it. Oh, trying to go for another Anaconda. This dude, Enzo, about to end lives. Any beer is good beer if it's under 8% and cold enough. That's my professional opinion. I like it. Equal opportunity beer pourers around here. And I have had some really heavy beer before that was not good. The alcohol content gets too high, and it's like, it just fundamentally changes the experience, Well, I guess that's where a failed comedian comes in. Yeah, well, I mean, bro, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, I try to be pretty fair with people, Rico looked great. Yes, he did. Rico looked fantastic. Pat came. Pat last week. Cody Russell and Elijah Harris tonight. Oh, tonight. Damn. All right. Well, shit, man. I wish I was not doing this right now. What time you guys start? You doing 9 o'clock? Everybody, after the stream here tonight, go over to Checkmate MMA. Give some love to Checkmate. Those guys are the homies. They do a great show over there. Yeah, 9 o'clock sounds good. Yeah, we'll see what time we end over here, but either way, I'll try to pick up the tail end over with you guys. Shout out to, of course, big homie Garrett and the referee extraordinaire, Bill. Killers over there. I don't think it was too fair, to be honest, but I think you already said you don't care much to hear it. Yeah, exactly. I don't. Again, bro. Because again, dude, you know, like you're not taking into consideration the fact that like you already had crashed out in the Discord, and we all kind of like observed that, and everybody was just kind of like looking at each other like, okay, and we all just let that go, and then you're having mini crash outs, and then you're breaking the, you know, I'm telling you not to do stuff, and you're doing it anyway. Like, these are the infractions over time. You're not seeing your own actions here. I've seen some stouts that, God, again, with the freaking music. I've seen some stouts that are like 10%, and after a certain point, they just become syrup. Yeah, that's how those heavy ones are. Walter Gaitan, what's up, brother? Leandro Rodriguez, is he fighting now? Well, I mean, he fought on this card? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This is so loud, these promos. I'll keep an eye out for Leandro. I'll keep an eye out for him. Because, yeah, we had to restart the event because R1 said it was going to start at one time, and now it started at a different time. So we're watching from the beginning. How do you say the beginning in Portuguese? El primero? I think that's number one. But, so yeah, we started over, but I will keep an eye out for Leandro Rodriguez. Is there any alcohol made of maple syrup? Yo, these are the questions, bro. That is a great question. I would be like a liqueur, right? Isn't that like what a liqueur is, basically? If there isn't, someone needs to figure out a way to do that. Yeah, hell yeah. Bro, I gotta just mute these ads. Like, the changeover between the audio is so jarring. Venezuela. Hey, Viva Venezuela. We got love for Venezuela around these parts, baby. Let me see if I can get my Spanish translation going here. My Spanish is más o menos, you know what I'm saying? From Amazonias, Venezuela. Hey. Viva. I hope that you're okay with what happened with El Presidente. It's an odd situation to be in to have to say that. But, yeah, shout out to Venezuela, bro. I hope all is going well down there. I hope that things are, I mean, look, you know, I can feel how I want to feel about whatever happened there. I don't really even know the full extent of it, even though it's just a weird situation. But in the big picture, I hope that if the Venezuelan people are better off for what America did, you know, God bless. I hope that that's a good thing for you guys. So shout out to Venezuela, bro. Shout out to you, Walter. Thank you for hanging out with us, brother. Gracias, amigo. Might just have some maple syrup on bread right now. That's what Hydra, that is the most Canadian thing you have ever said in your life. You're going to go stare at a moose while you're doing it? You're gonna go fucking juke a hockey puck for a little minute while you're having maple syrup on toast? Maple wine damn. Maple wine sounds delicious. Possible to watch along more fights. Yes, always. We are always watching fights around here. Absolutely. I'm trying specifically to do more watch-alongs of fights that are on YouTube. Had this event started on time, we would be watching it live together. But it did not start on time, so we're watching a replay now. So now we're watching Marlon Santos versus Felipe Lima. Not that Felipe Lima. Marlon Santos looks like an oversized Myron Santos, and Felipe Lima is a knockoff by name only. So we've got two Wish versions of UFC fighters on this right now. Everyone drop a like. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. I didn't go out of bounds. It was, all right, bro. I mean, again, you can feel how you want to feel about it, brother. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about it. Amir Hijazi, appreciate you checking in. Amir Hijazi, when you come in, bro, I always love it, man. Because, like, I know you're not around as much, but, like, every time that you come in, it's always love, bro. 4 more days until we can watch some real fights. Yes. I mean, do you mean to tell me that these are not real fights? I'm kidding. Some of the fights, that last fight was not bad. Let's see if this fight's any good. These guys look like they're fighting middleweight, maybe? It could be light heavyweight. They're kind of bigger guys. They're kind of short, maybe middleweight. So yeah, fight number 3 is on, and we are at minus 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 1 second. Again, it's hard to timestamp this because we're going off of what used to be the live. So I don't know how it's kind of hard to say, but we're at 2 minutes and 28 seconds of the third fight, round 1. So glad the 6 weeks is almost up. MMA winter was long this year, bro. I thought last year was long. Good Lord, this was a long one. You want Saturday to come already? It'll be here before you know it. I'm looking forward to seeing what the product looks like on Paramount Plus. How's the broadcast going to be? What differences are we going to see? Speaking of which, did all of y'all check out those images of the new version of the Apex? The updated, bigger seating Apex has been unveiled. And I cannot lie. I think it looks pretty goddamn good. It is certainly a place that I would love to go watch a fight. I am really, who knows if it'll be this year or next year or any year, but I would really, really like to go watch a fight in the Apex. It seems like an amazing... Could you imagine watching a high-level fight? Not a title fight, but like, a main event caliber. Watching Steve Garcia in that venue with that amount of seating that close, that must be amazing. First fight we watched is as real and raw as it gets since Bloodsport. Facts. Was Bloodsport also an autism awareness charity? These are the questions. I genuinely cannot handle 6 weeks, no UFC or F1. I've been struggling. I mean, this is what, the watch-alongs are supposed to help with, but when the organizations don't help us, how can we help ourselves? How can Yama help everyone with the watch-alongs if the organizations do not help us help them, help us help them? It was nice to see one back, but man, I've been craving some UFC. I know, I get it, bro. I do. The upcoming one on Friday, both one cards are actually really kind of good too. I'm really glad that Chase highlighted those on the podcast on Monday because the one cards are definitely enticing. I'm on the fence. I might do a watch along for one to see Helena Cravar make her debut because there's multiple things happening on Friday. Zuffa boxing is happening. I'm morbidly curious about it, so I might end up doing that. I don't know. I guess I might have to do a poll. I might do a poll in the Discord to see what you guys want to watch. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't want to watch Zuffa boxing, but I am, it's like just out of the morbid curiosity of it, I guess, like, history's sake, I kind of want to see it. But Helena Kravar making her debut in one championship, I think I might want to watch that. They should play War for Territory Pasapultura or Chaos. True. Watching Lima versus Santos? Correct. Yes, you are on the right fight, my guy. Ill boxing? I know, bro. Trust, I don't want to do that. One over boxing? Yeah, it might have to be. I might just have to stand firm on the boycott of Zuffa boxing. Yeah, that might have to be it. That might, thinking about it, like, I don't like traditional boxing. It is the first time that we're going to get to see the new Apex, but we're going to get to see the new Apex anyway. And the Zuffa boxing experiment can fail and burn as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, we might end up doing one championship on Friday. I know that Chase is doing that too, so it'll kind of be good because then we can have, Chase going as well, and you guys can kind of bounce between our streams if you like. But, I'm a Helena Kravar fan around these parts, bro, ever since CJI. Boxing was created by Jake Paul. These are the big facts. Jake Paul, who just walked away from PFL. Can we talk a little bit about PFL shutting down, people? It's not shutting down, but it's falling apart, most definitely. How about Jake Paul finessing $10 million out of PFL and not doing a fucking thing? I love it. The greatest $10 million expenditure since Francis Ngannou. If you are not aware of this, Jake Paul had a some type of deal. He had an endorsement deal, I guess a sponsorship deal. He had some type of agreement with PFL that was rumored to be worth $10 million. Now, that was just a rumor. But even if let's say it's a plus or a minus either way on a couple million. Let's say that it was worth $8 million. $8 million? To do what? Jake Paul did not fight one time. He was not at a single PFL event. He did one promo for them. The only thing Jake Paul did for PFL was he did one promo package which explained the tournament system. That was a $10 million expenditure for PFL. God, Jake Paul is the man. I'm telling you, I'm a fan, bro. I am a fan of Jake Paul, dude. This guy has figured out a way to weaponize and monetize his dislikedness. So, shout out to the kid, bro. How did an MMA promotion both have Jake Paul and Ngannou yet I never watched their events or saw them fight? Because Chase made the big brain call on this, that no matter what they did, it's the perception because everyone knows that the quality level is not there for PFL. Chase said it exactly correctly. If the options are watch PFL or do something else, people are going to do something else. PFL was probably just made to launder money, I swear. I don't necessarily think it's a money laundering operation. What I think it was that they had an idea of what they thought they were going to do, but they're businessmen first. They are not fight people. Don Davis should never have been involved in MMA. And so Don Davis had a bunch of good connections in the business world. He was able to secure a whole bunch of Saudi money, but Saudi money is not an infinite money glitch, which is what I think they figured out. That's what I think happened, is that the Saudi money started to dry up. They were hemorrhaging money because they were trying to be a world-class organization without actually putting on world-class fights. And the fan base are the real litmus test. The fan base knows. This is why anyway, I'm not going to go down the whole, fighters versus fans side of all of this. But what I say to it is we are the people on the ground. We speak for MMA fans. You know what I'm saying? You guys, myself, the Yama, sphere, all of everybody, the other streamers, like, we are the fans. So we know. And that is why when you hear the conversations that go on here, when you hear them going on social media and, all of the discussion groups and all of that, that is the boots on the ground. And the boots on the ground had been saying from the beginning of PFL, from the very beginning, back when it turned from WSOF into PFL. People were saying, what is this? Why would I watch this? Even when they had $1 million tournament and people wouldn't watch it. Is what it is. Jake Paul didn't film a dead body taste a taser rat to death or get banned from any countries. These are facts. These are facts. I'm telling you, man, of all of the unlikable people on YouTube, Jake Paul, I think, what can you really say about him that is all that bad compared to his brother and other people that you've seen do worse things? I said it in the Yama episode like a while back after he fought Mike Tyson, and I really do stick by it. I think the guy has savvily navigated a career off of a perception that doesn't even really apply to him. Uh-oh. Felipe Lima over here, the imposter Felipe Lima looking for a finish. But he's too big and is gassing too much to be able to land the shots. He had his opponent up against the cage and he was starting to lay hands on, and then he tired out and went for the clinch. This is the level that we're dealing with right now, but that's okay. Much better brother. That's legitimate facts. Like, all memes aside, he is definitely the better out of the two of them. Logan is a fucking moron and a legitimately bad person, I would say. Like, if you follow internet culture and like know all of the stuff that guy has done, like, he is a legitimate scumbag. All those people holding the bag when it came to Crypto Zoo. Oh yes, I know about Crypto Zoo. Thankfully not off of any involvement on my own part. God, people getting rug pulled by the third time by a Paul brother. Right? Because didn't he do the dink doink coin as well? And he did so many rug pulls. And just does it over and over and over again. Scam artist. These blobs are not doing shit, bro. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of keeping half an eye on this. But it looked like Felipe Lima was trying for a second. Melting ice cream cone ass physiques. Yo, goddamn, bro. CTE going savage right now. Oh, uh-oh. Crowd's getting hype. They're really not getting hype over anything specific, though. This is only round 2. Legitimate scumbag working for the WWE? Surely not true. Yeah, very much so. Although apparently he's a pretty good wrestler, though, from what I have heard. So at least, give him credit where credit is due. If he's actually doing good in pro wrestling, then there's something to be said for that. He certainly looks the part. His physique is good, I guess. Bleeding Edge finally pulled up to the 2 screen to watch the fights as well. Can I get a rough timestamp? Yes, of course you can. We are at what is for me minus 2 hours, 39 minutes and 25 seconds. Again, I'm watching it off of the live, so it's hard to give you like exact numbers on that, like as the opposite direction. I don't think there's a way for me to like change the number, but yeah, we're in the third fight, and it's just the start of the third round of the third fight. So Felipe Lima versus Marlon Santos, round 3. Oh, that was Sepultura? Hell yeah, Sepultura is cool, man. I remember seeing Sepultura CDs back when I was in the CD store. If anybody says CD's nuts in the chat, you're getting banned. Single warning. I'm kidding. Come on, guys. Hate to tell you, bro, he's crazy good in the ring. One of the best movesets. That's what I've heard. That is what I've heard. And look, shout out to him. 2 things can be true. In pro wrestling, that is the arc. Bro, in pro wrestling, the best base is being a scumbag. We know this. Nice takedown for Felipe Lima. Felipe Lima winning this fight. Felipe Lima going to be forever in the shadow of Felipe Lima. Could you imagine being in the shadow of Felipe Lima? You have a Rise on vinyl? Nice. Yeah, they go hard, dude. Sepultura is cool. I remember at the CD store that I used to go to, there was a Sepultura poster right next to a Pantera poster. And I got both of those albums. Great Southern Trendkill. Fantastic Pantera album. I like Pantera a lot. I don't think this guy could fit in Felipe Lima's shadow. These are the facts. Now he's getting clinched up. Marlon Santos reversing the clinch. Marlon, you got to do something here, brother. Marlon Santos trying to make that Carlos Prates mustache work. Big guy Huggins. Nice elbow there. There you go. Come on, Santos. Cameraman getting a little wild. You got to say hi to the Vitz King for me. Have not seen him on Twitch for a while. I know, bro. I don't know what happened to Vitz. I guess he's been busy. His work schedule changed and he kind of went off into the ether, but I'll definitely say hi to him when I talk to him. Also say hi to Vitz for you. Yeah, no, Vitz, he pops up in the Discord every once in a while at random. But yeah, he's been MIA as far as Yama goes. I don't know what's been going on. I think he said that he's going to be trying to get his old days off back, though. So if he does that, then we'll be able to get back to the watch-alongs. I know everybody misses Vitz. I miss him, too. Walk by Pantera is close to perfect. Walk is one of their best songs, if not their best song, in my opinion. The hardest opening riff of all time right there. Yeah, Walk is a fantastic song. I'll tell you a fun story about Walk by Pantera. Ooh, a little blood going on here. Sorry, took a sip of water and all of a sudden Felipe Lima's bleeding out the side of his head. Ooh, vai morrer chance. Do you get more the longer I watch the ad or just how many people trigger it? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Oh, damn. Yo, Felipe Lima is legit bleeding. Oh, yeah. Felipe Lima is not happy with this blood. Could Marlon Santos pull the upset victory off here? I think he's down 2 rounds. But yeah, Felipe Lima putting a little color on the mat. I did not expect to see any color on this card. You'll open hella tabs to trigger the ads. You certainly do not have to do that, but I appreciate it, bro. Ooh! Guys! Legitimate spinning elbow knockout late finish. That was unexpected. R1 Fighting Series all of a sudden coming through with a ridiculous highlight after a blobby fight. Yo, dude. See, this is why we watch the regionals. This is why we suffer through the production value of the regionals. Because there is gold in the regionals sometimes, people. That was great. That really was a nice knockout, too. After bloodying him up. Someone in your family helped to make the baseline walk. No, it's not that cool. It's not that cool. But I will tell you. I'll tell you the story after we watch. Oh yeah, they're probably not going to do replays on this. That sucks. That is one thing that we had a criticism of Acesso. No replays, it would seem, but yeah, we're probably not going to get a replay. That sucks because that was really nice. Someone turned on the AC, his body stopped melting. He could actually fight again. There you go. He lives to fight another day. I'm late. You said one was disabled. No, that was in the first fight. That was a charity fight. The first fight was a charity fight. We're going with that. We reeled in any of the criticisms that we had. We did not know. We didn't know what we were commenting on. We take all of that back. We were very happy that they did a charity fight. And I think Hydra said it best when the Cancel Yama documentary series comes out. You can have that as your highlight there. Hell yeah, perfectly timed joining for the highlight. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that was really nice. What a finish. After a, kind of middling fight, what a way to end that thing. Good shit. All right, because we're not going to be seeing a replay here, and of course I cannot understand these guys when they're going to be talking on the mic, I will tell my little story about Walk from Pantera. So the story goes, I was probably 14 or something like that, somewhere around that age, and there was a radio station in South Florida where I grew up called 94.9 Zeta. This was the rock station in South Florida at the time. And it actually was the dopest radio station because they used to do big concert festivals and stuff. And I got to see a lot of really cool shows with Zeta. So one time, as I was getting a little bit older, like I said, I was probably around 14 years old or something like that. They used to have a call-in request show for lunchtime. And I called in and requested Walk by Pantera. And the DJ was like, "What are you talking about?" And it was that moment that I realized that the radio is bullshit. The radio is not something that you call in to request actual songs from. You get a selected menu of songs that you can play on the radio. So I was finding out in real time about the radio structure just by nature of making the request. And then I did a little bit of research as to how radio programming is done, and that's legitimately what it is. There used to be a thing back in the day called payola where people were getting upset about pay to play on the radio when all radio is nowadays, and even was back then when I was a little kid, it's just pay to play. So the record companies and the radio stations have agreements on what singles you can play, how many times you play them. All of those things are predetermined. So the call-in show can only be requests from the predetermined set of songs that they already would have been playing. And that all started because of Walk by Pantera. So there's my little Pantera story for you. What a mid-fight, but a great finish. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a highlight-worthy knockout, dude. Anytime you can pull off a spinning elbow, that's a highlight. Now you get some shots of a Brazilian playground. Damn, that is a very colorful playground. Yeah, I guess this promotion does some work with the disabled and all of that, which is very good. Again, yeah, at the Olympic, Paralympic type dealy. Good deal. Little Yamacat sighting. Yeah, it's going to be hard for you to get over to your spot, buddy. You just going to hang out off camera? There you go. You get a little Yamacat tail. like bud, I'm kind of doing something over here, my man. What's the deal, bro? All right, there we go. Off he goes, up to his spot. Yo, Thinker, you know about a hockey team called Orlando Ducks? Their logo is so awesome, but no way to get that hockey jersey here in Norway. Could it be possible for you? I would pay for it in mail. The Orlando, are they out of Orlando, Florida? Because we have the Solar Bears here in town, but I don't know about the Ducks. Hell yeah, shout out to Nav throwing the Pantera vulgar display of power in the Discord, by the way. That's funny. You know how I was just telling you guys about the story where the shirt got quote unquote lost in the mail, where the shirt got stolen? I had a vulgar display of power shirt that also got stolen. This was at an old place that I used to live. But hold on a second. Orlando Ducks? Yeah, Orlando. I'm not seeing anything about Orlando Ducks, my guy. Orlando Ducks hockey? Orlando Duck. Oh yeah, are you talking about the Anaheim Ducks? You talking about the Ducks, like the Mighty Ducks? Because yeah, the old school Mighty Ducks logo. Oh, you're talking about the Oregon Ducks. That's different. Yes, I believe the Oregon Ducks. Oregon Ducks hockey. Let's see here. Yeah, they've got the green. You're talking about the green and yellow. Yeah, that's the Oregon Ducks. That is a different place. But I could probably get the jersey for you. Hit me up in the DMs. I'll talk about it. All right, Pedro Henrique versus Jorge Fabiano Cordero is underway. But yeah, I'm still pissed off about my last shirt that didn't make it here. And I'm pissed off about my vulgar display of power shirt not making it here. And I'm also still a little bit pissed off about this event not starting, but that knockout made up for it a little bit. You'll DM on Discord? Sounds good, bro. Yeah, I'll try to help you if I can. Ooh. Damn, bro got the trip. Pedro got the trip and then bombed him with a nice overhand. You need an Indiana Hoosiers football jersey? I mean, I don't know if football is very popular, American football in Norway, but I don't know. You tell me, Mr. Rage Quit. You guys get American football over there? Does anybody give a fuck about American football in Norway? Are there 5 people? Can you find 5 people in your country who care about American football? That's it? Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I didn't know. It looks like they updated their logo. It actually is pretty cool. I like it. Shout out to Hack Ride, who is a big Oregon Ducks fan. Hoosiers might have just made the greatest single championship run in all of sports history. I'm not kidding, really. I know you were talking about them recently. You know, I don't follow football at all, so I wouldn't know. But why was it so epic? Oh, good land by Cordero. Another good land by Cordero. Oh, lighting change. Why did the lights change? Somebody hit the wrong button. It's embarrassing to watch? Why is it embarrassing to watch? Because it's some random sport from another country that no one cares about in your country? Nice body kick, but a nice counter for Fabiano. Or Fabio. Excuse me, not Fabiano. Jorge Fabio Cordero. These guys are putting some effort in. I like this fight. Damn, nice straight by Cordero. Low kick by Cordero. Cordero is definitely doing the better work right now. Also feeling himself, keeping his hands low. They haven't had a winning season since pre-World War II, had no 5-star recruits and a completely new coach this season, and went undefeated all year and won the national championship. Damn, go Hoosiers, bro. What a story. They're going to make a movie about that one. They only had 2 4-star recruits, too. Damn, dude. That's crazy. What a story. Cordero rocking the Dick Tracy gangster haircut. Let's go. Shout out to Warren Beatty's Dick Tracy. Underrated film, in my opinion. Oh, there you go. All right, Pedro getting a couple licks in. Oh, nice trip by Pedro. 2-way fight here. It looked like Cordero was 100% in the driver's seat, but a couple nice moves by Henrique there. The new player transfer rules let their new coach go full money ball and look at advanced statistics to get underrated players for very specific things. I like it. Moneyball is the strat. Cordero with a nice combo there, low to high. I mean, Henrique is not out of this thing. That's a couple nice kicks for him. That's good. This is a good round, man. You think Fabio sounds better than Cordero? I like the whole name, actually. Jorge Fabio Cordero. Kind of rolls off the tongue to a little extent. They don't know what they're doing at all. I watched one game once and it was so boring. Oh, you mean the people of Norway don't know what they're doing? Yeah, you got to understand the rule set to understand it. But I can understand it being boring if hockey is your primary sport. That's always how I felt about it. Like, I will watch a football game. Like, you know, my parents are football fans. So, like, you know, if I'm hanging out with the folks, I'll watch it. But, you know, I'm not going out of my way for it. Oh, cutie pie in the corner of this dude over here. Football just has too many breaks in it for me. Exactly. Too many breaks. It's like every other sport, I can tell you why I don't like it as much, you know? Like, I would say hockey and basketball probably are the ones that I enjoy to an extent. I do like football. Like, it's not like I hate it, but, like, it is a lot of downtime. Baseball is very slow. Like, I don't know. I just don't need other sports, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I've got MMA. Hockey is my secondary. Hockey is fast-paced, nonstop action for the most part. Like, why would I need other sports? Nice overhand for Cordero. Ooh, couple again with the kicks. Henrique with these kicks. Henrique needs to put some pepper on a well-placed kick if he keeps going to those kicks. You only watch playoff football? Fair. Yeah, I guess I'm going to start watching some playoff football in a little bit. You know? Or no, I guess not playoff football. The playoffs are almost over, I think, now, right? In pro football and NFL. Got to find out who's going to the Super Bowl soon, I think. No Norwegians in the NFL or NBA in near future? Probably not, bro. Probably not. I don't know if y'all get tall enough over there. I mean, you're pretty tall. But, like, you got to be, like, tall to be in the NBA. For the most part. Like, you got to be, like, 6'4". 6'4" to, like, 6'8" range is, like, average, I think. NFC and AFC championship games this weekend to see who's in the Super Bowl. Gotcha. Okay. This is how little I follow. It's going to be Pats versus Seahawks. That's who's going to be in the Super Bowl. Man, the Pats again? Come on, bro. I'm so sick of the Patriots. Like, I mean, granted, they have not been there for a little while, but like, fucking, whatever, the Chiefs, Patriots, Giants, like, it's like the same teams are always the good quote unquote teams. Like, when are the fucking Houston Texans going to be in there? Or, you know, the Arizona Cardinals, you know? It's like, I feel like none of these teams ever actually like make it. And it's like, why even watch if it's going to be the same teams over and over again? But again, I don't follow it close enough, so maybe I'm completely off base. All right. Henrique on the back. Does he have the body triangle? No, he doesn't. I mean, this is a much better round for Henrique here, but he's got to actually do something with this control. Hey, Zach Huff, what's going on, brother? Welcome back. Pats were terrible the last 4 years. Their new rookie quarterback, Drake May took them to an undefeated season this year. Got you. All right. But then, I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, why did the Pats get the good? I guess because they were terrible for 4 years. The Jets have been terrible for my entire life. When will it be the Jets' time? This year, the Texans actually went pretty far, and the Bears and Jaguars made the playoffs this year for the first time in my lifetime, so it's getting better. Okay. All right. Well, and I'll shut up then. I'll stop talking about stuff I don't know about. Nice to see Henrique turning it around in round 2. Looks like he's going to win this round, but he's not really doing much with all of this. Like, he's keeping control, but where's it going? Jets couldn't draft up some house plans or get a draft beer. They're not going to draft a franchise QB ever. Oh, good Lord. I come from the Vinny Testaverde era. We used to like Vinny T back in the day. He was a fan favorite around the Thinker household. Chad Pennington was another quarterback of theirs. We liked him, but he was always injured. Called him a paper tiger. Jets aren't terrible, but they're not good. Again, I don't watch enough to know how like exactly they are, but I just know that they've been pretty bad throughout the course of my life. And this is coming from a longtime Jets family. A long-suffering Jets family. Every time that I talk to my folks about the Jets, I'm always like, how the Jets doing? And my dad just puts his head in his hands. How the Jets doing? Oh, God, the fucking Jets. Thinker, any updates on the lady you were talking to? Yeah, still talking to her. Actually, I gotta message her back, but it's getting tough. Bro, I'm telling you, man, I don't know how to keep conversations going when you don't get anything out of the other side of a conversation. I lose interest so quickly in one-sided conversations. You know, like, what's it like in blah, blah, blah place? Oh, it's nice. You know, tell me a little about your sister. Oh, yeah, no, she's cool. You know, it's that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, oh my God, what is this? So, I mean, it's going, but is it going well? I don't know. I mean, I'm at the point where I should probably ask her to meet up already. So I guess we're going to get to that and see what happens there if she actually wants to. But if not, no huge loss. It's like talking to a block of cheese. Jets went 3-14 last year. That's great. So yeah, good, not great, huh? Bears are pretty good. Yeah, I heard the Bears had a good year this year, so that's nice. Just good enough to not get a lottery pick. God, wow. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. They should have just tanked the season. It won't let you send money. Why? What's that about? I don't know why that would be, but Super Chats should be working. Appreciate you wanting to, though, brother. I think that maybe it's because of your age, bro. Make sure you've got your parents' permission. Meetup? Yamma meetup? We've talked about doing a Yamma meetup at some point. I still need to get over there to Norway, brother. We need to meet up. It's saying there's an error? I don't know. Try refreshing the stream. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's because I was cursing so much in the beginning. They're like, you can't give this guy money. He swears too much. I did come out the gate a little aggressive. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. But I appreciate the thought, though, bro. Also, if you want as well, there's... I'll hit this as well. There you go. Ooh, hammer fist to the back of the head there. Gotta watch that. Oh, uh-oh. Bro's in armbar range right now. Uh-oh. Oh, come on, Cordero. You had armbar position, my guy. Oh, yeah, so there you go. There's the donation link if Super Chats are not working. Again, thank you very much for the consideration. Just let me know in the chat if you do end up sending something because it won't give me a notification. Oh, meet up with the woman. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe if she, if it gets to that. I'm just saying, like, I don't have a lot of confidence in it because I'm not enjoying the conversation currently. That's always the thing with me, bro. Like, she's a good looking girl, I mean, she's definitely very pretty. And I would like to meet her, I mean, it'd be nice if like it worked out, but maybe she's different in person, But as of right now, I'm just like, if I can't have a conversation with her, I'm like, I don't know what there is to it. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I never know how, like, they want you to engage if they're not going to have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you looking for out of our interaction right now? Because I could just go straight in and be like, yo, what's the deal? I mean, what are you looking for on here kind of thing? That the age-old questions. That's basically, are you down or what? Come on, YouTube, let a man get his shekels. I know. I don't understand. I don't get it. Maybe her other lips will entice you more. I mean, if that's what she's looking for, I can certainly help, but, It's just like, like I said, I lose interest if I'm not, like, able to engage. Like, because I just don't know what am I getting out of it? You know what I'm saying? Because trust, bro, I have been well acquainted with many lips over the course of my lifetime. I am not in any dire need. I'm not out here hurting like some guys are. No offense to any guys who are. Obviously, I understand that, basic human biology. You want to get down. I get it. But I'm not hard up. So, like, it's just like, we'll see, I guess. Again, I should probably message her back. She messaged me a while ago. All right, I'll do it on stream. How about that? I'm going to hit her with the what are you looking for kind of thing. Boom. There you go. Yes, live Riz tutorial. Done. Done and done. You're always hard and I'm watching. Yeah. Oh, control yourself. Thinker is for the streets. No. No way. I like to think that I would make a very fine partner. I would certainly treat a woman right. As long as she is completely comfortable with me being on stream for many, many hours of the day and editing for long periods of time and being very busy and not having a lot of time for anything but work. Other than that, I mean, you vote for direct? True. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to have to just pull the trigger on that. It's, we're getting to the point. I mean, like, we've been talking long enough. It's got to happen. The only other thing, too, is that she's not super, super close. So, like, it's going to be like one of those things where I'm going to have to, like, go out of my way, which is annoying as well. I used to have that joke in my stand-up act where I would say that, like, when I was younger, I'd travel cross-country for a woman. Nowadays, I can't even be bothered to roll over for the woman that I'm currently in bed with at the time. Butchered the joke a little bit, but you get the point. Workaholic is better than alcoholic. This is big facts. This is very much big, big facts. You're pretty far, so I'm staying the night because I don't want to drive home. Funny though, last time that I had a chick, she was even farther away, and it was a situation where everything went according to plan, and I was hanging out with her for a while, and it got late, and I thought I was going to stay, but she ended up kind of like making it clear that it was like, hey, I'm trying to go to bed now. And I was like, oh, okay, obviously she's wanting me to leave. So like, I ended up having to drive home at like 3:00 in the morning, which was fine, whatever. I was equipped for it, but it was just kind of funny because I was like, that we're kind of a long way away here, but she was a gangster, bro. She only wanted what she wanted, Love him and leave him, I guess. All good by me. I am a proud and happy supplier. Again with the loud transitions. Yeah, we'll see. Again, it's not something I am super concerned about right now. I'm really, like, my main focus and ambition is growing the channel. And I know that may seem a little bit weird or that, it's like one or the other, but like, I just don't think that people realize how much work goes into like making a successful thing of like what I'm trying to do, It's a lot of work. I mean, the fucking Roadhouse edit, this is like probably a good like 40 hours worth of work that I've done on that. Subscriber hound first, pussy hound second. Hydra, you know the score over here, bro. You are understanding. You are understanding the mentality that we have around here. Absolutely. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. In fact, I think there's only right with it. All will be right when we take Yama to the top. And we're doing that day over day. So appreciate you guys for making that a reality. Almir Augusto versus Savio Silva coming up here. By the way, on this card, the final 3 fights all have a person named Zhao on one side or the other. Zhao, I believe, is Portuguese for John. So 3 fights, all with Zhaos in them, for the co-main, the main, and the featured fight. The Yama growth will not be stopped. Brother, they cannot stop this train now that it has left the station. You can't stop the train. You can't stop the beat That's hairspray. You are on the right path, young Jedi. Appreciate you, Mr. Rage Quit. Mr. Rage Quit has been here since the very beginning. You know how old school Mr. Rage Quit is when it comes to Yama? Mr. Rage Quit predates Yama. Mr. Rage Quit has been around since Thinker St. James was on the solo stream hitting up virtual pinball, which I will say, if we can get Yama to the point where your boy is full-time comfortable, making a decent living wage off of Yama, I would love to be doing gaming streams again. And then you'll never not see me online. That is the greatest way to get me to live online. Because if I could do gaming for 3 hours, 4 hours in a day, and then do MMA at night, oh, I would live on stream. The secret women don't want you to know is that they like it when you don't actually like them. Not pussy hounding is the best strat for pussy. Yeah. Which is pretty much why I don't give a fuck. If you don't smell like sweat like the stream, big facts indeed. Appreciate you, Chase. CP Smalls, goated co-host. Rage Quit, the real OG. That is very, very true. Rage Quit is the ultimate OG. And the man, by the way. If you have Twitch, you should be over there subscribing to Mr. Rage Quit. He is one of the nicest people I have ever known in my life. All right, Savio Silva versus Almir Augusto is underway. Sigma is checking in. 1K Yamo, we made it to the big leagues. Brother, yes, we did. All because of you guys. Appreciate it always. Really, in my heart, I feel the love. Sign language interpreter just hit the 6-7. Oh no. I wonder if it was intentional or there's just a sign that looks like that. I gotta hope that that's the case, is that it was just a sign that looks similar. Also, I lost the KK Boy account. How did you lose the KK Boy account? What did you do? KK Boy, the first donation ever on Yama. And the account is gone. That hurts my heart. Big leagues are calling and Yama picked up. Bro, I will always answer the call. I will always answer the call. That is my promise to you. I am ready. I am ready and locked in for this. That's why I put all this time into the Roadhouse review. That's why I can't wait for the Roadhouse review to be over so that I can get back to more videos. We are content machine over here. Oh, that's the new sign language tech? Is anytime that they say 6'7", they have to hit the emote? Got you. He stands at 6 foot, 7 inches tall. I dropped my phone while buying rotisserie chicken and it destroyed my phone. Got a new one, though. Damn that rotisserie chicken. I don't know if I can blame the rotisserie chicken on that, but that sucks, though. Oh, and you forgot your email. Come on, bro. Come on. These are fixable problems, my guy. Get that account back. I'm going to miss KK Boy. I liked that account. Ooh! Down goes Silva. Knockout for Almir Augusto. Almir Augusto. KO. Damn, nice shot. For this dude with the bleached blonde, white hair. Almir Augusto with the knockout shot. Let's get it. Commission lady pulling him off of the cage. Damn, I wish that they had replays. In this promotion, I don't know if I wish they had replays so much because they might screw that up. Also, Almir Augusto looks like Jaden Smith, by the way. You should hear how silent my college class gets when the professor is saying, "Be careful, this much power could kill 6 or 7 of you." We weren't careful. That's funny. Did he do it on purpose? You're 0-1 against chicken. Damn. Imagine getting one-shotted by rotisserie chicken. Bro got sniped in the hot food section. Bro got deaded in the deli. Anyway. Hydra, we used to just stare at each other when the professor said 6-7. I mean, are these professors... They got to be doing it on purpose now, right? Rotisserie chickens are so good and cheap, but the sodium is crazy, but they've been a good protein source. I love rotisserie chicken. Except one of them got me sick recently. I don't know why. Hey, Undercard MMA. What's good, my guy? What a chalice. Hell yeah. I'm still looking for the chalice when it comes to the merch. We're going to have a large cup right now, but it's not like this. I need this. I got to find a custom chalice. I was hoping to get it done as merch, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually release it as merch. I might be, though. I'm going to have to work this out. So if you are interested in the Yama chalice when the merch does drop, we're figuring all that one out. In fact, after the stream tonight, I'll try to work on that. But I will at least get a Yama branded one for myself. And then hopefully I'll have options to be able to get them to you guys as well. But yes, Undercard MMA, the chalice is a staple around here. Is that a Yama sacred chalice? Of course it is. Absolutely. The chalice is the stuff of legend when it comes to Yama. Commission officials hate people celebrating no matter the level. It's crazy. Yeah, it is true. I don't understand that. I mean, I understand them taking them off of the cage, but like, it's like they really are the fun police, the commission officials. Hey now, don't be so happy about that victory. Excuse me, sir. Don't be so happy that you just knocked your opponent out. Calm that down. I'm going to need you to react as if you were in line at the DMV. I don't think they do it on purpose, but they have to notice because we all stare at each other like Sigma said and hit the space lock in the face, or the speed lock. True. I feel you. Rotisserie chicken is goated, but yeah, for some reason it got me sick recently. Like the only time that I've been sick in recent memory was because of a rotisserie chicken. Maybe it's just been out too long or something. But they are cheap, relatively speaking, and they are a great source of protein indeed. So yeah, rotisserie chicken is where it's at. You ate entire rotisseries back in the day on the way home? True, dude. I can kill a rotisserie chicken in one sitting as well. Has anyone ever said you look kind of like Kenny Florian? Yes, I have heard Kenny Florian. I have heard the guy from Linkin Park. We also, for some reason in the chat, have Tagir Ulanbekov as a meme. Don't understand it, but I'll allow it. And the one that I think is most appropriate, though, is Seth Rogen. That is the one that I think actually tracks a little bit. But yes, I've heard them all. I have heard them all. Oh, and also Mike Maylock or whatever, the Logan Paul guy. But again, all of these guys obviously are very handsome gentlemen. So, you know. I take it in stride. I mean, I think that, you know, it's like I'm in the company of legends, quite obviously. I mean, legitimately with Kenny Florian. I mean, he was a good fighter, so I'm not mad about that. Because you're the spitting image of Tagir. See? Chat knows. You may just have facial blindness. I don't know. You'll also be repping an autism flex. Memes aside, though, I actually would like at some point when Yama does like get like established, I would like to do a charity stream. I'd be very happy to do like autism awareness or some type of mental disabilities charity. It is a cause that I do have a particular fondness for, and yeah, I'd love to donate some money to charity. Ricardo Lemos versus Nilson Silva. This guy has trapezoid tattoos? Did I miss trapezoid tattoos? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I just saw what you said. She did just do the 6-7, didn't she? She also did one of these. Uh-oh. Connecting my channels. Something happened here? Are we still live? Y'all hearing me? Let me know if you guys are still there, because something happened with the restream. Good? Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. There was some weird glitch on restream. Maybe it was one of the other channels. But now the chat has been refreshed, so. A Cherodis stream? Yes, indeed. I'll do 4 Cherodis. All right, Nilson Silva and Ricardo Lemos. Underway. One more time, as always, I appreciate you guys being here. If you are new to the channel, thank you for being here and welcome. Make sure that you hit that subscribe button if you are enjoying. That way, I'll get to say welcome to the Blood Palm and give you a chi wee wee. All right, a little feel out here. 2 smaller guys, it looks like. I want to say these guys are maybe fighting featherweight, maybe bantamweight. Oh, level change for Silva. Secures it. Good deal. Silva has head and arm. Doesn't have the position for it. Actually, he kind of does. He can just... Oh, his head is locked. Okay, that's what it was. Yo! Mr. Rage Quit with the 200 Norwegian kronars. Let's go. Brother, appreciate the Norwegian currency right now. Chi wee wee to you, brother. Thank you so much. Gotta love a kronar. In fact, I actually have some kronar sitting on the counter back there from when my folks went over to Norway. So now I have more kronar to go with the kronar that is sitting on my counter. I'm putting kronar on top of kronar because of the chat. Thank you, Mr. Rage Quit. Yama for life, Mr. Rage Quit for life. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Thank God they consent to getting you chi wee wees by subscribing or we'd have problems too. That's a good point. This is a good point. Consensual chi wee wees only. They must be a new popular Brazilian haircut. The space helmet parted ways. I got you, bro. It is true. We have seen a lot of guys with the same haircut. What is a kronar worth compared to other currencies? I don't know. That's a good point. We'd have to find out. Yeah, Mr. Rage Quit, what's the exchange rate on the kronar right now? What does that equal in America bucks? Michael, the silent assassin, is here. How are you, sir? Good to see you, Michael. Appreciate you always, Michael. Hope you are well. You never told me if the wife is gearing up for her next big Iron Man dealie. Nice elbows from the top by Silva. Ooh, Silva hitting those elbows heavy. Uh-oh. Ooh, this might be over. This might be ending. Is he cut? Silva hit a really nice hard elbow. Oh, okay, thumbs up from Lemos, but... Oh, excuse me. No. It's Lemos who's on top. My bad. Sorry. Got the gloves mixed up there for a second. Lemos was hitting the hard elbows. 200 Norwegian kroners is $20. Good Lord, Mr. Rage Quit with the $20 US, $200 in kronar. Brother, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, dude. Oh, we got the tap! Yo! Lamos gets the tap. That win right there is for you, Mr. Rage Quit. Lamos said, Mr. Rage Quit is being generous in the chat. I gotta submit this guy. End this fight early for Mr. Rage Quit. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate that. Kronar in the sink, getting Kronar sent on the net. Griselda bar is true. Hell yeah, bro. Shout out to Griselda. Shout out to Conway the Machine. Can't get enough Kronars, brother. Bro, one of these days, Mr. Rage Quit, I am coming to Norway and we are spending Kronar together. Cannot wait. Didgery Dave checking in. Man, gang's all here. Appreciate it. What's going on, Didgery Dave? How are things in Aussie land? Shout out to Australia. Fine country as well. What I always tell people when I talk about why I like streaming so much is that I get to watch fights, my favorite thing, and I get to hang out with people who are awesome from all over the world. We've got Canada, Norway, Australia, and America all in the chat right now. How about that? Truly an international affair around here at Yama. Chee-wee-wee to all of you, consensually. 200 kroner gave you a boner. Bars. Couldn't help yourself. You don't have to help yourself on that one, bro. That's acceptable because it did the same for me. All right, I guess that was the prelim, so we're getting into main card now. We are at 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 30 seconds thereabout. The true chat lyricist, facts. Big facts. Who's the rapper around here? Some rounds on a pinball machine and a well-deserved cold favorite drink. Bro, I cannot wait, dude. I'm telling you, man. I am telling you, bro. Just know. Like, I, in my mind, have, like, you know how people will, like, have a picture over the desk that, like, that's the thing that they're working towards? Like, Norway is that thing for me right now. Like, you know, obviously I need to live. I need to keep the lights on, whatever, keep food on the table, all of that. But really, when it comes to like where I know that I will have found success is when I am comfortable enough to say, it's time to take the Norway trip. You know, things are okay. Because like, obviously if I'm going all the way to Norway, I'm not going to be doing it for like a weekend, you know? Norway is going to be like a good little chunk of time. And of course, I'm not asking that of you. I'm not trying to say that you have to take all that time. I can navigate a little bit on my own if that is what it comes down to. But I'm saying, you know, I want to do a trip with what we've talked about, you know, do the road trip up the countryside, go whale watching in the north. Like I want to experience Norway a little bit. And when I am comfortable enough to be able to do that, that's when I will say, bro, we made it. Look at me, ma, top of the world kind of thing. So just know that pinball, road tripping, whale watching, drinking, these are all the things that come with that. And that's what I'm working towards on a regular basis. She's getting ready for all the standard local stuff, and I'm getting dragged to Canada again for the full Ironman in Ottawa. What? The Ironman is in Ottawa. Damn, dude. I mean, that sounds kind of cool, though, bro. You're making it sound like it's a chore. I mean, a little trip up to Canada can't be too bad. I'd be down to head out to Ottawa sometime. Go watch the Senators play. That's what you do. You go try to catch a hockey game while you're up there. That's what you do for yourself to justify her doing her thing. Be like, all right, obviously, baby, I support you. I love you. But come on, it's got to be a two-way street here. You go do the Ironman. I'll cheer for you on the sidelines while you're crossing the finish line. And then we got to take in a hockey game. Win-win. Do it for Norway. Damn right, dude. Homer Simpson, do it for her cutouts. Got you. True. Yes, do it for Norway is the motto, though. And she's eating carb-free at the moment, so that means I'm starving too. Oh, man. Well, you know, brother, you're winning husband points every time that you go along with all of this. So, plus, the other thing too, bro, that you got to keep in mind is if she's doing all this kind of Iron Man stuff, obviously she's keeping pretty in shape. So it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. You could have a do-nothing chick, one of those chicks that you get when she's in a certain condition, you know, a certain body condition, and then she just goes completely off the rails after you get married. Like, that's a problem. So I think that you're getting a better version of what it could be, you know? I think that you're on the sunny side of life right now, so be happy about this. Shout out to your lovely wife. I hope that she does well in the Ironman. Go out there and take Canada by the freaking short and curlies, man. Show Canada what's up. All these Canadians out here trying to Ironman themselves. No, America is coming to Canada to take the Ironman. Y'all can have the World Juniors. Obviously, I am kidding. I have all the love in the world for Canada, but America has to win. I have an America first mentality when it comes to the Ironman competition. Literally the first time that I've ever considered the Ironman competition, perhaps. You look forward to it, brother? I look forward to it more than anything. Ottawa is actually pretty nice. I've heard Ottawa is nice. Yeah, I've heard that most of Canada is nice. Like, I mean, I'm super down with Canada, bro. Aside from Montreal. Aside from Quebec. I got to get over to the US and A at some point also. Bro, yeah, fucking anytime, dude. Anytime. As I've said, if you come over here, bro, we will put an itinerary together for you, at least for your time when you were with us. All right. Hiago Pereira and Kue Leopoldina. Leopoldina. That's an interesting last name. Main card is underway. Ottawa is one of the few cities you'd recommend traveling to. The War Museum in Ottawa is badass. That sounds cool. I like a good museum. Is it like just a general war museum of like Canada's history and war, or is it specific to any one war? Because I know that they have like specific war museums. As long as Iron Chick doesn't strap on, you're a winner. Jesus, Didgeridoo Dave. I mean, these have to be the ground rules for your own lady. Although I would suspect maybe that's not as common in the Philippines. I don't know. I can't say. I have no frame of reference for that. You tell me. You tell me what the situation is like in the Philippines when it comes to apparatuses. Apparati. Why did you have to bring up the World Juniors again? I almost forgot. Sorry, bro. I forgot too, actually. I thought y'all won. What was the one you guys won? You won something recently. 4 Nations. There you go. 4 Nations. Y'all lose that too? Damn, my bad, bro. Ooh. Bro knew that he had a nut shot there. Pros and cons to a lot of shit. Yeah, yep. Indeed there are. Indeed there are. But again, you know, you got to keep on the sunny side, brother. You know? Glass half full in the Michael household. What is a Canada? It's America's hat. I don't believe that. Come on. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You won the 4 Nations? There you go. So there you go. That's what I say. You can have the 4 Nations. We're taking the Iron Man. They do exhibitions of certain wars, but it's our history of war since independence, so World War I on. They've got a bunch of cool tanks and vehicles in there. Cool. That does sound cool. Yeah, no, that sounds really cool, actually. If I have a museum recommendation, I would recommend the one that I went to in New York. I forget what it was, though. I have the pin on the I have the pin on the refrigerator, but it was a long time ago that I went to it. Maybe the Harry Truman Museum? It was a presidential museum of a president that had a house in New York. The Roosevelt? No, I want to say it was Harry Truman. I'll look at the refrigerator before the end of the stream. But it's a cool museum in New York that's like in his former house. And it's like the library is huge. It's awesome. If that's what she wants, bro, Didgery Dave going all in. Wow. That's winning super husband points right there, brother. We haven't spoke of it in some time, Paige Van Zandt. True. But the difference with Paige Van Zandt and our boy Dylan Dennis is that Dylan Dennis asked for it. He went out of his way. Paige didn't suggest that. He came up with that first. That was the OG request as far as Paige said it. Ottawa has all of our best museums, and it's like the only city where you won't be harassed by fent-out tweakers. Damn, well, something to be said for that. We haven't lost a men's best on best tournament since before I was born. There you go. See, so you can have all of that. That's what I'm saying. Y'all can have that. We are taking the Iron Man. Specifically, the women's Iron. We're taking the Iron Woman. Because Michael's wife is about to run the Iron Man tournament and bring the gold back to the Stars and Bars. He is bringing gold. By extension, his wife is bringing gold back to the US&A. These United States of America are taking the Iron Lady tournament. Not even a tournament, whatever. The Iron Woman competition. We're taking it. And Michael is leading the charge. Or at least leading the cheerleading section for the lady who's winning the charge. Leading the charge. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I live east of Cleveland, so Ottawa and its crime rate feels strangely safe as shit. Yeah, I bet, dude. Shit, dude. Yeah, Cleveland. You live pretty close to Chase then, actually. Chase is outside of, well, I mean, he's outside, I think, Cincinnati, but same state at least. Or close to it if you're over the border. Ottawa and around it look and feel shockingly like 10 years ago. Bro, at this point, I'll take 10 years ago. Fence grab. Bro in the red with the fence grab at the end of the round. Referee did not say anything about that. Little fact, but we were at the Ottawa Ironman last year, and I think that's the first time you started shouting out my wife, which she loves, by the way. Hey, yeah, that's why I always remember. I didn't remember that it was that one, but yeah, absolutely, I always remember that because I think it's awesome that she does that. I think that's really commendable. It takes a lot of effort and dedication to be up to the challenge of that. So yeah, I never forget that. Yeah, no, your wife is a Yama legend for that, bro. Hopefully she is liking and boosting the streams and videos as well on her YouTube account. Gotta try and get some shut-eye. Had a great time. Thanks for streaming. Have a good one. Mr. Rage Quit, thank you again for the donation, and thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate you always, my guy. Thank you so much, Mr. Rage Quit. Have a great night, my guy. I'm so happy everything is working out in the new city, at the new job, and all of that. And just I can't appreciate you enough, brother. You are an OG legend around these parts. Thank you so much. Based Michael's wife. Exactly, bro. Exactly. And you know, this is a thing too, by the way, people. And I know that not everybody in the chat has them. But the spouses of Yama, Yamaverse members, of Blood Palm members, are honorary Blood Palm members as well. Even if they are not always in the chat. They are, by extension, a member of the Yamaverse. So, Michael's wife is a legendary Blood Palm member around here. That's Mrs. Iron in these parts. The Iron Lady. She's taken over the mantle for Margaret Thatcher. See, Margaret Thatcher, that's old. She's gone. That's old news at this point. Michael's wife is the new Iron Lady. I heard that movie was bad, by the way. The one with Meryl Streep. I never saw it, but it came up on a list of bad documentaries that I was watching at one point. Thiago Pereira on top here. It's been a decent two-way fight, this fight, from what I've been seeing of it. And if I don't bring up the fact she's Latina, I didn't say anything about Latinas. True. While she's in the chat, at least. Is Michael's wife Latina? Did we establish that? I don't know if that's the truth. I don't remember that, if that's part of the lore. But nothing wrong with that. Uchi mama. That reminds. There was a thing. Shout out to my old friend Joe. This is a dude that I used to know growing up, right? This dude Joe, back in the day, he used to work with this guy who was this older Cuban guy, and this Cuban guy used to have a thing that he would do. That this was his way of getting women. He used to go, "Mama, a mama la de chichi," and then he would go. So every once in a while, to myself, I'll just do that. Mama, a mama la de chichi. You were saying when I get a Latina girl, I'll bring her to. Oh, got you. Okay, understood. Cool. Because yeah, I did think it was a little weird. I was like, did Michael say that at some point? Miss Cupcake, if you will. Okay, understood, brother. She already has a nickname, and that is what she will be known as. Miss Cupcake it is. I think Misha might have something to say about that, but Misha ain't here right now. Shout out to Miss Cupcake. I didn't even say anything wild. I just called her a queen. Oh yeah, you know how it is with YouTube sometimes, bro. Certain chats just seem to get lost. I don't know why that is. Because sometimes it's like, yeah, sometimes it's auto filtering, but like sometimes it's just they just lose them. I don't know. He's saying aim. Is that what that means? Oh, that's what the kissing sound means. Mama la de chichi. He used to have a video of it too, but that's so many years ago. Because it was like a guy that he worked with in the warehouse. He was like some stocky Cuban dude. Her name is Melissa, and she's just a standard white girl. Bro, she does Iron Man tournaments. She is anything but standard. Maybe if you're just talking about physically, then whatever, but more than a woman, There's a great song by a band called the Bee Gees. It's a song that's called More Than a Woman. And I think that that's applicable in this conversation. You want nothing higher than 4'11". That's that stock build, boy. Gotta love it. Short and stout, little teapot. Haven't been with a girl who's within a foot of my height yet and don't plan on it. Short girl supremacy. Yeah, well, you're a tall guy. So there you go. Makes it a lot easier for you. You got a superhero? Hell yeah, dude. That guy's awesome. Mama. A mama la. It's like always a little like saying, it's like, it's a sequence, I guess you could say. Mama. A mama la de chichi. Could be doing that to these bog standard ring girls. I saw that too, Hydra. Yeah, the cut man does have a Star of David tattoo. You see that in a couple. I guess that's what Jean Silva was saying. Is that I guess a lot of the Protestant churches also use the Star of David. Because a couple of I've seen it on multiple Brazilians. Thiago Santos, I believe, had a Star of David tattoo. Maybe Jean was right about them just being all over Brazil. Yeah, there you go. You just said exactly what I said. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they are, but apparently, there is some traditional link between Brazil and the Jewish faith. I think that there's a decent Jewish population in Brazil, but I don't know. I really don't know enough about it. Misha ain't doing a 140-mile triathlon. These are big facts, Michael. Exactly. You know? These are the facts. Okay, then it's more like he just excited out. What now? It just sounds like he's just excited about. Oh, just excited about a mamacitas. It's not really a sentence. Okay. Yes, that is certainly what I think it is. And I did call her Cupcake from Misha's nickname. She actually got the idea for triathlons because of Nick Diaz. How about that? Yeah. Speaking of Nick Diaz, apparently some turmoil going on in the higher ranks of the Diaz army we learned about. Apparently Nick and Nate are having a little bit of a brothers quarrel right now, from what I hear. But that's awesome. That's really cool. I don't know if you've told me this before, but she's an MMA fan herself. We might have talked about this at some point. Forgive me for not remembering. That's awesome if she is. A couple who are MMA fans together, man. That's a relationship that'll last. Unless the woman in the relationship is what's her name? Gina, I forget her last name, but fucking Tim Elliott's ex. That absolute, talk about For the Streets. That's something that's someone that comes to mind. Woman who likes Nick Diaz, no wonder you wiped that up. Exactly. For real. Nick probably can't be around Nate or his crew because he's sober out of rehab and they're potheads. I mean, that's probably part of it. From what I understand, what I saw, I was trying to find the post, but I couldn't find it again. From what I understand, Nick was mad that his family wasn't getting him out of a sober living house early enough on his timeline. He said that he had done his rehab and he was in sober living and wanted to leave, thought that he was well enough to leave, and his family wasn't helping get him out of the sober living. You can look at that two ways. One, you could say, okay, maybe he should have stayed in the sober living if he needed it more. And you should keep the cycle, or you should finish the cycle of that. But the other way is, and I know this, trust that I know this to be true. Sober living, sometimes they do everything within their power to keep you there as long as they can, because the longer that you stay, the more money that they're making off of you. And the rehab industry is one that I know very well is slightly corrupt. So I'm not saying all of it is, and I'm not saying that every house is like that or any of that kind of stuff, but I know that certain ones go out of their way, even if you are well, even if you are, in a position to be back and being productive and not using and all of those things, they will try to keep you in the system as long as possible to extract as much money out of you as they can, especially if you have insurance. So I'm not saying I'm just putting that out there. I don't know the truth of the situation. That's on Nick's side. On Nate's side, apparently, he was mad that Nick wanted to leave at all. I guess he's also a little bit mad that Nick got married, kind of on the spur of the moment. And then also on Nick's side, he apparently was not too happy that Nate took over for his gym. And from what I heard, he actually renamed the gym, which is something apparently that bothered him. So I don't know. Again, I don't know. These are all rumors. These are all just things that I heard in a random post. It could just be something that people are making up completely. But this is the stuff that I have heard. So just saying. But what you said, Nav, there's probably some truth to that. If them all smoking, that's gonna be an interesting element of him being sober in general, right? I mean, that was a big part of his life for a lot of years. If he's completely sober now, I mean, that obviously is not something that he can get back into. So we will see. But obviously, best wishes for Nick and Nate. I mean, I hope that they resolve their issues. Nick can probably, we read that. I'm back from my failed joint break. Damn that wind. Well, perfect timing to come back. You were just smoking a joint and we were talking about Nick Diaz not being able to do that anymore. Potentially anyway. I got into MMA when I saw a Yahoo News headline that he popped for weed after the Condit fight. She's been watching with me a bit ever since. Damn. Well then A, cool. B, you guys have been together for a long time, so congratulations for that. And C, that was bullshit that he popped for weed when the laws were what they were. I mean, I take it back. It was not bullshit that he popped for weed because he should have known that those were the rules. However, it was bullshit rules. So it is what it is, I guess. California sober, that is certainly a possibility. But I mean, if he was already doing that and then went farther with it into harder stuff and needed rehab, then it's probably better that he just gets clean altogether. But I don't know. Hey, this dude with this very nice mustache is also holding the autism flag. I guess this whole event is for autism awareness. Good deal. Okay, fight that one. Went to decision. Leandro Solano. Is this the dude that the Venezuelan guy was talking about? Oh my God, this dude has the John Jones Philippians tattoo. Bro. Why would you get the exact same tattoo as John Jones? Oh, that's not good. Oh, this is one of the Zhaos. This is one of 3 Zhaos. This whole event is autistic. That's awesome. It's for autism awareness, brother. You're not helping the cause here when Cancel Yama starts. It's me and my mods. Oh, yeah, Leandro Solano. This is the Venezuelan guy. Yo, shout out to Venezuela. Viva Venezuela. We're going for Venezuela on this one. Even with the John Jones tattoo. Feels like Jones is the most ironic person to have a Bible verse tattooed on him. I mean, yeah, you'd think that, except that is what he hides behind so that he keeps a certain fan base. When you pretend to be of that faith, that there are members of that faith that will blindly support you regardless of what your actions say. That's what I've always said about John Jones. It's amazing to me that he does whatever he wants. He acts however he wants. He knows exactly what he's doing. And then he just can always fall back on, shout out to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And everybody's just like, oh, he likes Jesus. Yay. It's ridiculous. What do your actions say? They speak a lot louder than words to me. But whatever. I just think it's crazy that this dude has literally the exact same tattoo. He obviously got this tattoo somewhat recently because he doesn't have it in his promo picture. Oh, yeah, that's a different fight, actually. My bad. Oh, this is the next fight? Wait, did they change the fight? This is Lucas Silva versus William Costa. What happened to our Venezuelan king? Am I missing something? What? Oh, maybe they just have the wrong graphic up. Maybe that's what it is. Bible literally says one of the worst places in hell is for people who falsely claim being Christian or misrepresent the Lord. Well, something to consider, I would think. But knowing John, he probably really does in his heart of heart believes that like once he decides that it's time to slow down, he can literally just like actually be a Christian and then everything's going to be fine. All sins are absolved if you believe, right? I don't know. I don't know how that works. Just saying if he actually believes he's damned for eternity, I don't know. Again, I don't want to speak too loudly on that part of things because, you know, that's just outside of my scope of understanding and everyone's entitled to their beliefs. But all I'm saying is that I know what he actually does versus what he claims to do, you know? I'm a bad guy trying to be good. No, you're just a bad guy whose facade slipped too far. Yes, that is legitimately facts. Yeah. I mean, he's legitimately a bad person who puts on a false face and can't maintain the facade forever. And also is enabled by the fact that there are never any consequences for him. This is one of my biggest talking points and sticking points when it comes to John Jones, is that John Jones is enabled by his greatness in fighting. Hit and run on a pregnant woman, fucking, you know, all the PED pops, everything that he has done, beating up his wife, all of the things that you know about John Jones get swept under the rug because he's the golden boy. So there are never any consequences, and he just continues to do whatever he wants. It's disgusting, really. And it really is a perversion of the justice system, which we already know is perverted in this country anyway, but that's another story. Dealing with a loved one / addict will give you days where you will change their name from your business, I'm sure. True. Not saying anything about Nick or Nate, but it's horrific to watch. Yes, that is true. I mean, again, I don't want to speak out of turn, but we all did see the video of Nick that was going around where he was looking pretty out of sorts out there in public shirtless. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what the truth of where he ended up getting to is versus what he is like now. I really hope things go okay with all of that. I mean, I guess that the other side of the coin is that maybe you wait and see before actually changing the name of the business. Like, you know, it's one of those things that, like, you know, maybe you hold out hope for things to go the right way or the way that you hope them to go. And because of that, you don't make any dramatic changes that, you know, might be a bit of a slap in the face to your brother. But, again, that's their family issues. I don't want to, ooh, quick knockdown. Oh, damn. Lucas Silva with the early knockout. Round 1 early. Sit that man on the beanbag. Brother. Wow. Yo, to be fair, even though this card is jank as shit, there's actually been some really good finishes on this card. Yo, Lucas Silva. So just to talk through what happened there, I guess that our Venezuelan king is coming up later. I guess they were just doing a little promo for him. But Lucas Silva over here coming out the gate with a flash knockout. Bit of an early stoppage. I kind of thought the same thing, but he didn't look like he was moving on the ground. That is why it is so crucial that events have replays. This is the one thing that I stress so much when it comes to these guys who broadcast their events. Like, if you have a multi-camera setup, then you are sophisticated enough to have a replay system. I really wish that they would have replay systems. Because, like, I would like to see that. It did look a little bit early, I would say, but he was down. I mean, could he have come back? Yeah, probably. He's looking like he's not too happy about it after he's standing up in the corner now. But it is what it is, I suppose. That happens in this sport. He still, he got knocked down at the very least. You can say early stoppage. That's, that's an unfortunate element of things, but it all came from the knockdown to begin with. So. Any black man in America who isn't a top athlete would be spending his life in prison for John's crimes. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily think that's maybe a little bit hyperbole, but I mean, the sentiment is not wrong, and look, I mean, I don't want to make it a racial thing, but like, you would think that, let's say it this way. You would think that John, knowing that maybe he would be a better, I'll say it like this. Everybody makes mistakes, right? So after John got arrested the very first time and got off scot-free from the first arrest and went right back to fighting, you would think that maybe he would have thought to himself, damn, as a person in the position that I am in, with the circumstances that surround my life, maybe I should get on the straight and narrow from this point out. And had that happened, the conversation about John Jones could be entirely different. As I have said many times, do you think that I take any joy in not liking John Jones? Do you think that I enjoy having to say these things about potentially the best fighter to ever fight in mixed martial arts? I wish I could like John, is what I have said. John makes it the way that it is with John. And he had every opportunity in his life to right his wrongs and correct his course, but he chose not to. And for that, he cannot be forgiven. One of my close friends used to work with an AHL team doing slow-mo replay. That's awesome. That's a cool job. Damn, I like that as a career path. I would think that it might be a little stressful, though. You got to be able to get right back to that exact point, have that thing queued up. You got to really know how that system works. But if you're good at it, good job. Driving intoxicated, hitting a pregnant white woman at speed, fleeing the scene only to return for your illicit drugs. They'd call him a danger and lock him up. Yeah, no, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. He would be a danger. He is a danger. John Jones is a danger. John Jones is a danger to himself and others. Moreira says he trains with the Bonfim brothers. Well, how much weight do you put on that, Nav? I guess the big question is, which one does he train with the most? Does he train with the good Bonfim? Does he train with Gabriel? If he's doing most of his training with Ismail Bonfim, I don't know how much we care about it. I still want to know what happened to our Peruvian. Not Peruvian, Jesus, our Venezuelan. Did that fight just get cut? What happened? Maybe that fight did get cut. I wish they treated him like that. Yeah. No, he would have deserved to be treated like that. And had he been treated like that, maybe his fiance, spouse, whatever she is, might have been able to avoid a beating. Look, I don't know these to be true, and I don't want to talk about it, and I'm not even trying to make it, I'm not even memeing on it, of course. I don't like that it happened. I wish that it could not have happened. I wish that it could have been avoided. That poor, long-suffering woman mothering his children. Are either of the Bonfims actually all that? No, not all that. But one is significantly better than the other. And then there's the third. There's the mythical third Bonfim. Couldn't say what his level of skill is, but either way. You've got an okay Bonfim, a Bonfim who is not great, and then a TBD third Bonfim. Didn't the better Bonfim rob Wonderboy? I mean, I didn't think it was a robbery personally. It was a close fight though. But yeah, that is the Bonfim. I believe it's Gabriel. That's that one. Anyone know why this card was being held on a random Wednesday? Are R1 fights always midweek? I don't know, but this is the thing, is that there are generally lower regional promotions throughout the week. This is not uncommon. And we would have been watching it live had it started on time. But they could be. Yeah, Bleeding Edge. I mean, that's the thing. I've said it a number of times, but if you are not aware, GrabakaHitman.com. Shout out to Kapoza, keeping me informed about all of the fights throughout the week. And if you go to GrabakaHitman.com, there are fights generally throughout the week. So really, I try to get watch-alongs in, especially if they're on YouTube. I definitely try to do it. But time permitting, I try to watch as much of them as I can with you guys. So this is not uncommon for there to be fights midweek, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They brought the Venezuelan guy back to the States and got his corner with sound weapons. Don't put that on him. He was just trying to fight in the cage. He wasn't running a dictatorship, I assume. I don't know. I gotta hope not. It is still mind-blowing that happened. It is still mind-blowing that we literally kidnapped the leader of another country. We did a covert op to kidnap a leader, and now we're running their country. Oh, buddy. We live in crazy times, I tell you. Bonfim is a contender now, they say. I mean, he's not a contender. I mean, he won that fight, and he also won against Randy Brown. But do I think that he's going to be, like, top 5 level fighter? It's not out of the question. What is he fighting at light heavyweight? No, because Randy Brown is that welterweight? What weight class are they fighting? I think they're fighting welterweight, right? Am I wrong? Maybe. Or middleweight? I don't remember what weight they're fighting at. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I'd have to see him against elite level competition, but you know, I have not seen anything from either Bonfim that makes me think that, wow, that guy is next up. You know what I mean? Melted their brains. R1 cards look like they're always Wednesday. Well, perfect. If they would just start on time, this, as I said, for all of the jankiness with this card, we've seen some really nice finishes. So, I mean, like, I like this. I'm down with R1. I wish that they had replays, but we said the same thing about Acesso. There is nothing wrong with R1. Just say when you're going to start and then start at that time. This does not seem like a big ask to me. It was illegal and wrong until I saw an AI vid of Trump with 6ix9ine. I stole that shit. I wanted it, so I stole that shit. Now it's badass. I mean, you know, the legality of it, it seems like it's like not a great thing to do, but it seems like Venezuela's kind of happy about it. So it's like I'm kind of torn on that aspect of it. It also does seem like even though I'm not, you know how I feel about the current administration, it does seem like a pretty badass thing to do. Like, if this guy is as bad as he seemed to be, I don't know enough about it to know, like, if we should have done that or not. But, like, if he actually is a bad guy, it is pretty badass to just go in and just steal him. Like, we literally snatched this guy. Either way, badass or otherwise, it's just a crazy thing that happened. Like, it's a wild thing. But I did see somewhere that, like, didn't we end up, like, previously pardoning another guy that was involved in, like, drug running operations or something? Another world leader? So it seems slightly hypocritical that we're taking one guy out because he's, like, some drug kingpin, and then another guy we, like, literally let off the hook for it. But, again, I don't know enough about it. At this point, politics is just, like, so wild and meme-worthy that I'm just like, I try to wash my hands of it. Although, I will tell you something, and I hate that this is the truth, but I am going to a wedding next month. The bride and groom are both Mexican, two people that I love very dearly, both here legally, so, nothing to worry about for them, but I am slightly worried because I have known that ICE is in the area, and I would really hate if anything happened to ruin their wedding. I don't think that it's going to, but my point in saying that is that it is very sick to me that I'm having to think about that. So, anyway. God, I wish Mad Magazine was still current. Their Trump skits would be at least make his silliness a bit worthwhile. True. You talking about Mad TV? Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. Lord knows that fucking SNL ain't doing shit. I mean, even when they tried, it's just like so milquetoast and watered down. And SNL sucks. Nowadays. It used to be amazing. Bro, check Discord and you'll know it was the right thing to do. Okay, you posted this video? Oh, good Lord. Let me see this thing. Okay. I didn't realize that it was Trump as 6ix9ine. That's funny. ICE is a bunch of mall cop losers with full immunity. I feel bad for the actual ICE agents. I know that might sound a little crazy, but like they're just following orders, and the orders are what suck. So, they're just trying to get by and make a living like anybody else, and they're being put in a very bad position. Because Lord knows they are getting protested to hell and back. But, I mean, that being said, there are still some that are, not great. And we saw that with, obviously, what happened with that incident with that lady. But, again, I try to just not even pay attention if I can. I try to put it out of my mind and just pray that things get back to normal at some point, but I don't have much faith in it. And the other problem is, where do I go? I love it here, man. I'm an American. I'm America first. I love this country. I got love for all countries, of course. I'm a lover of all people, all places. We got love for those who got love for us. The Method Man motto around these parts, but it's just hard now, Pick any other job. I feel that, but dude, it's not always that easy, bro. It's not always that easy. And I know that it's like an easy kind of cop out to say that, but I mean, like you hear John Dong in the chat talking about how hard it is for him to get a job, John Dong is over here trying to do tech stuff. He's trying to make apps. This guy is like a computer whiz kind of dude. He's out here putting applications out left and right, getting crickets back. It's not always that easy. So, and also it's not always that easy to get a paying job. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you can get a job. You can go work at McDonald's, but like what you're going to like, life is for living and enjoying. I got to believe to a certain extent. And if you're just surviving, what's the point? So I don't know. I'm just saying it's a little bit more complicated than that, but I do understand the sentiment. Americans should use their Second Amendment right when an unmarked tyrannical government organization attempts to remove you from your home. Yeah, but the people that they're removing are not American citizens, so I don't know if they are subject to the same rights. That's been a big debate about all of that. Excuse me. It's complicated, I guess is what I can say. Also, it feels like all of our laws are constantly being rewritten and reinterpreted on a regular basis. You never know what the law could say one thing and then it's just like, oh, we read it differently. It's like alternative facts is like they have that like word of the year or whatever, like phrase of the year. Like alternative facts should be the phrase of the millennium to me, because it's just like, you saw that with Homeboy. That was just in the chat that had to get outed from the Discord. You know what I'm saying? Like, I talked about that on the Bryce Mitchell stream, where it's like, we see things one way and we have a viewpoint of the world, but they have alternative views of it, and they can cite sources from a bunch of other bullshit. And they'll tell you that your sources are bullshit and your thought process is bullshit. So how do you win with that? It just seems like a vicious cycle of, oh, well, you think that's true, but I think it's not true because I have alternatives, and those alternatives trump your alternatives, or your actual facts that you think are facts. So it's just like this dumb paradigm that we live in. If this dude gets this choke this way, that would be crazy. Yeah, come on, dude. Get out of that. Get out of that. There you go. He popped his head. João Victor Pereira versus Macon Douglas, by the way. Kind of keeping these fights on the side of my eye. No way, man. They are actively seeking these positions with the intention of destroying communities. Okay, I mean, look, if that is the truth, then yeah, that's not great. That is not great at all. Servitude is contagious. Shout out to LP. One of my favorite lines. Yeah, LP, a person who spoke of this exact situation that we are in very prophetically in a lot of his music. Mad TV was good, but the magazine... Oh, you were talking about the actual magazine. Yeah, true. Hell yeah. Spy versus Spy and shit. Maybe that was just a couple years before your time. Yeah, no, I know the magazine. I just didn't know. I thought you meant that them doing skits on, like, actual skits on TV. But yeah, no. Did they stop making Mad Magazine? I think I did know that, actually, now that I say that out loud. Yeah, I think I did know that they stopped publishing a while back. That sucks. Yeah, I like Mad Magazine. In fact, actually, I used to know a person that did artwork for Mad Magazine. Kind of cool. The person that I knew was married to one of the co-founders of Mad Magazine. He was an artist for them and married the daughter of one of the co-founders. How can you be living life when you have to trample the rights of your fellow countrymen for 8 hours a day? I mean, they would say, though, that they're not. They would say that they're A, following orders, and B, that they're making the country safer by getting the bad people out. Of course, we know that not necessarily the case, right? Did I miss a weird reverse throw? Maybe I've not gotten to it yet. Maybe I missed it. If you are an American citizen, you should. You should. What? Not follow the orders? Sorry, maybe I got a little lost in the conversation there. Kind of fell backwards into the seated position. It's kind of interesting there, but what's he going to do with this? Did you ever read Cracked magazine? Was a great spin-off of Mad. I never read Cracked, but I was well aware of the website. I actually used to like a lot of the content that Cracked used to do video-wise back in the day. Cracked used to have a pretty active YouTube channel, and the website was pretty popular in like the early 2010s, late 2000s. Of course, I have a bit of a history with one of the former writers on Cracked, former performers from Cracked, but I'll save that because we've talked about it before on stream. But yeah, I used to be a regular viewer of Cracked's online content. I never actually read the magazine though. It was right at the end of the last round when they went down. Okay, yeah, then I must have missed it. My bad. This does seem like a competitive fight, but it's hard to say who's been like taking the lead, you know? I think Pereira might be doing slightly better. Seems like he's been in control of a lot of the clinch situations. Oh, but he tried to go for a throw and ended up face planting his opponent, but opponent still ends up on top. Pereira ends on top after face planting off the attempted trip. Pereira's been keeping this back control for a minute. Yeah. Either way, regardless of right, wrong, or otherwise, when it comes to the immigration issue in the country, I just don't like the idea of armed federal agents roaming the streets with immunity and impunity. That seems very totalitarian to me and trending in a direction that I am not in favor of in the slightest. And it's really sick to me that so many people are so gung-ho about licking boot, you know? Bootlickers abound. And that's very sad. It's very sad. Fundamentally un-American, I would say, but they would say that I'm the un-American one, so we can't agree to disagree, it seems. Cameraman was lagging. Cameraman's been lagging. There's been a couple of weird cuts on this thing. But again, the quality of the fights is not bad. I have to say, these guys are going for it. Boot is awesome when it's never stepped on you. Well, I mean, you know, power structures are power structures for a reason, right? Always nice to be on the winning team. And what I've said probably for as long as I have been alive and politically aware in my life is that when you have only two options in a country, it becomes us versus them by default. I hate the two-party system. Just fundamentally. I'm not even talking about just the current two parties that we have. I hate the structure of two parties. Diversity of thought goes out the window when you have option A or option B, chocolate or vanilla. I am a strawberry voter. I am a rocky road enjoyer. I am a chocolate chip cookie dough patriot. I want moose tracks in the White House. Fact checked by a true cookie dough patriot. Bro, legit, dude. I mean, I think that cookie dough is the best base for patriotism. Yeah, no, I mean, and I practice what I preach on that one, dude. I used to watch the Libertarian Party debates, you know, the third party debates that they used to have. I don't know if they still do them anymore, but I used to watch. Of course, libertarianism gets co-opted and perverted like everything else. Sucks. We just don't have options. This guy's got a Mong Kong, but he grappled all fight. Yeah, that was a little strange. I didn't even put two and two together on that. That is true. Yeah, interesting that he was wearing that when he really did grapple that entire fight. You've got cookie dough derangement syndrome. These are big facts. These are definite big facts. No, no derangement here. I am just biding my time, waiting for the opportunity to enjoy cookie dough in 2028. God willing. Who knows? Who knows what's actually going to happen? Oh, here our Venezuelan king is coming up. Yeah, they must have just played his promo at the wrong time. Again, broadcast team not the greatest for R1, but it's okay. Brazilians get random Muay Thai wins added to their record after sub wins, vice versa of American strikers. Yeah, for real. Strike all fight and get a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I mean, that goes for Pereira too, though. That's a Brazilian thing too. All right, João Pedro Moreira versus Leandro Solano, our Venezuelan king. I really do appreciate the fact that they continue to air this LFA promo for an event that happened days ago. Shout out to the Philippians. I'm craving some mango sticky rice right now. I think that that's different, but I see what you did there. All right, I'm going to leave the stream. I'm going to leave the stream running, but I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we will close out. I think that this is the co-main event here, I believe. So, quick one. You know how quick these are. We'll be back before the fight starts. Boom. Quickest goon break brother. Back before the promos ended. I am a legend. You know, you've known some gooners in your time, but I don't know if you've ever known a legendary stream goon king like St. James. I will go down in history books. Man, I'm finding I'm not a big fan of the move from UFC Fight Pass to Vice by LFA. Do you think it was the right move? I mean, what I will say is what I said on the podcast on Monday, because Chase, my co-host on the podcast, was able to watch Vice. He gets Vice via one of his streaming packages. And what I will say is it's probably a good financial move for LFA. It's probably a somewhat smart move for Vice to try to get any new viewers in with any programming that's outside of what they already have. That's why I'm an idiot, dude. That's why they keep running the Solano promos, because Solano is in the main event. They're promoting the main event. My bad. I am so dumb. I cannot believe that I didn't put two and two together with that. Anyway, back to what I was saying about LFA. I think it's smart for both organizations. I think that the fans suffer because a lot of people don't have Vice. And that's what I said, is that I would have loved to have watched LFA on Vice. I don't get Vice. I looked online. It was nowhere that I could see it. They didn't do the YouTube/Vice pairing thing. I don't get Vice in any of the packages that I have. So I think that what they're going to find is that in the short term, it's smart for both of them because LFA gets a good payday out of it and Vice gets new programming, but they're not going to attract viewers from it, because there are not going to be enough people who already have Vice to go over to Vice and start being a groundswell for them. Because I am not getting Vice in order to watch LFA. I would watch LFA if I already had Vice, but I don't, so I'm not going to. I think that in the short term, it's smart for them both. In the long term, Vice is going to lose out because LFA can just go get different broadcast rights, and Vice ends up being the one that's holding the bag at the end of the day. So that's my thought on that. Stream Goon King title taken from DSP. New stream Goon King is Thinker. True. Exactly. For your sake, I hope that you're glad that it was not on camera. A TJF W Yama W TJF. Appreciate you, bro. How you doing, my guy? Good to see you, bro. I just used a VPN and set my location outside the US and watched it on YouTube free. Is that possible? I didn't know that was possible. Shit, well, okay, then I guess I'll watch LFA. I did not know that was, I didn't know that they were doing the YouTube thing. I thought, because I looked and I didn't see it on there. But maybe it just doesn't show up for Americans. I didn't realize that they were doing that, but it was only on Vice in the United States. Cool. All right, well, then I will load up the VPN and watch it that way too. Good call, Bleeding Edge. Thank you for that information. I did not know that. But yeah, I mean, that's the other thing is that it's like, if they are doing it that way, then yeah, I mean, people are just going to do that. So again, I think that the big loser in the long term is Vice. And I think Vice is grasping at straws, trying to figure something out for themselves because they don't have any programming that people care about. They were tremendously overvalued. They never had an action strategy. Vice is a great example of a company that ballooned up way too fast without actually having anything of substance to back that growth. It's an interesting story if you really break it down. Because I do know a little bit about Vice. And Vice used to do some really great stuff back in the day. But as times changed, YouTube creators, people who are just native to YouTube, started doing similar content to Vice. So there's not a necessity for the type of programming that Vice does, even though it still would be good for them to do it. They also moved away from a lot of the programming that got them successful. And now what do they have? They have a multi-billion-dollar valuation that has no basis whatsoever and Dark Side of the Ring. Congratulations, It's like Vice is a company that's really trying to figure out what they're doing, and they're not having great success with it. So maybe pivoting to combat sports in general might not be a bad idea, but there have been networks that have tried to be fight networks, and that has not worked out either. So it can be hard to say what the actual outcome is in the big picture. Slime Cry by NBA Youngboy out now. Shout out Yama. Put it in the Discord, bro. I don't know how many times I got to tell you people to just put the songs in the Discord and I'll listen to them. I'm pretty sure more people watched it like that than on Vice. Yeah, if it's on YouTube at all, then yeah, of course they're going to. Same with One Championship and Amazon. Are you going to stream Royal Rumble early in the day on 131? No. I'm not going to stream the Royal Rumble. Is there an MMA fighter in the Royal Rumble? Are they doing MMA fighting? Is there actual combat? No. Of course I'm not doing the Royal Rumble. Chase might. I've been telling Chase for the longest time I wish he would do wrestling content. He's a huge wrestling fan. There's a crazy market for wrestling content on YouTube. And for some reason, he just doesn't want to do it. I don't know why. Ooh. Thiago Tavera. Getting some nice shots in there. João Vitor Cavalcante looking wobbly. Thiago Tavera could end this fight right now. Oh, elbows. Let's go. Ooh, another heavy elbow. Tavera. Oh, Tavera. Oh, come on, bro. That's done. That's done. Slightly early stoppage, but nah, it wasn't. Are we talking about the same Vice who films drug dealers on YouTube? Yes, we are. One and the same. Nice finish for Tavera. Yeah, Thiago Tavera. Nice elbows, man. Yeah, that thing was over one elbow before it was actually called. They've had that bare knuckle promotion for years and no one knows it exists. Vice does? Oh, yeah, that secondary bare knuckle promotion. Yes, I only recently found out about that. So yeah, that's how underground that is. Because yeah, everybody knows BKFC is where it's at for bare knuckle, but that's not the same one. It's like something with a King bare knuckle or something like that. I don't remember what it is, but I know what you're talking about. I just recently found out about that. Oh, let's see the cut. Show me the cut. Yeah, he got a little bloody himself there. Our winner. Yes, BKB. That's what it is. There you go. BKB. Yeah, I knew that it was something simple. Why not Yama? Brock Lesnar will be there at the Royal Rumble? Because it's pro wrestling. We watch real fighting here. That's the bare minimum that you have to be a watch along on this channel is I have to actually fight. And that's the thing. People want to say, oh, people say that it's fake, but they really take hits, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I understand, but it's not real fighting. I understand that it's tough. I understand that it's brutal on these people's body. I get all of that, but are the fights real? Bare minimum. That is the barrier to entry, is that it is a real fight. The closest that we have gotten to pro wrestling on this channel was the first fight of this card. Because Chase knows it's okay to make wrestling videos. I mean, you say that, but there are a lot of very successful creators in that space, so shout out to those guys. Shout out to Wrestling with Regret. Fellow Jew. Yes, that Vice News, but that's Vice News, but same company, Viceland, Vice Sports. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're all under the same Vice umbrella. It's not gay, it's the manliest thing. Yes, it is the manliest thing. Nothing more manly than strapping on some tights and rolling around with your boys. I mean, where's the lie? Brock is technically an MMA fighter. Yes, you are correct about that. That I definitely know to be true. Hey, Coach wearing the Star of David as well. God, a lot of Stars of David on this card. I mean, I don't know if it means what we think it means, but I'll take it. John Dong, what's a fight that ended too fast, but you wish it went longer? For you, it was Silva versus Lopez. Ended too early and wish that it went longer. Tyra versus it was recent. It was a Tatsuro Tyra fight, I want to say. Oh, actually, I would say that Brandon Moreno versus Amir Albazi, just because of how amazing Brandon Moreno looked in that fight. Yeah, I forget which one it was. We were talking about it on the podcast, saying that like we wish that it was a 5-rounder. There's a couple of fights that I can think of that like were 3-round fights that I wish were 5-rounders. But yeah, I'll go with just off the top of my head, I'd go with that one. Even if it was a 5-round fight, the BMF fight was 5 rounds, right? You could have added a 6th round to that. I would have been happy with that with Max and Justin. Jorge announced he's got another bare knuckle MMA event in April with some big names. I heard about that. Yes. I am very happy that bare knuckle Gamebred bare knuckle MMA is coming back. Dude, as a person who saw it live and in person, I have to say it is one of my absolute favorite forms of mixed martial arts. Bare knuckle MMA was great. It was a lot of fun. It was a great product to see live. The show was fun. Jorge, obviously a Florida legend. I am a big supporter of game bred bare knuckle MMA. There's a lot of successful makeup creators too, also gay. Do you mean to tell me that James Charles and Jeffree Star are gay? Chase should go get his homosexual pack. You know, I will not take this Chase slander in my chat, people. You leave my co-host alone. If wrestling is fake, then explain Mr. Sacco. That's the hugest of facts right there. And I will say that if wrestling is fake, explain this memes are some of my favorite videos on Instagram. So there is nothing wrong with liking wrestling. I really hate this mindset. Wrestling is fun. It's fun to watch the spectacle. It's goofy. It's dumb. It's exciting at times to an extent. I am a fan of pro wrestling. I don't watch it. I used to like it when I was a kid. There's nothing wrong with it. As I have always said, if someone came to me today and said, hey, would you like to go to WWE when it comes to town? I've got a ticket for you. I'm going. But I don't cover it on here because I like real fighting. Izzy versus Pereira 2. I wanted more rounds. True. Yeah, that's a good answer to that. I mean, like, if we're talking about fights that were 5 rounds and you just wanted more of it, then yeah, I would say Tyra versus Royval was a fight that I could have watched forever. Robbie Lawler versus Rory McDonald. Yeah, I could have kept that going for longer. Just any great fight, you know? It's like, Alexa Grasso versus Valentina Shevchenko. Like the first 2 anyway. The third one kind of, third one was a little bit of a letdown, but yeah. Gone versus Aspinall, if we count it, or Van versus Pantoja. Well, yeah, Van versus Pantoja is I think that's an obvious one. Anytime that there's a fluky injury, that's always sucks. That's the BKB is a tournament, you're saying? Slander, are you implying homosexual is a negative thing? No, well, slander doesn't have that. That's not what slander means. It means saying something false about a person. I never said it was negative. 2026. I'm a huge Peyton Talbot fan. Is it okay to be performative? That's a good question. I don't think that it is not okay to be performative. I think that being authentic is probably the truer way to be if you're trying to be true to yourself. But it depends on the application. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are times in life when everybody has to be performative, When I am out on a date with a woman, there's a level of performativeness there. You're trying to make a good impression on them. You still want to be true to yourself within that context. You know what I mean? Like, obviously you don't want to be misrepresenting yourself altogether, but you know how it is. You got to be on, I guess you should say. When you're going for a job interview, you need to be on. You need to be somewhat performative. So yeah, I think that there are certain instances where being performative is okay. But in general, I do think that being true to yourself is probably the better way to be. I'll tell you a fun example of where being performative would have helped me. Came with a job thing. When I was in early college, I think when I was in my first year of college, I applied for a job at Pizzeria Uno. And they gave you a pre-employment survey. And the person that there was a person that I knew that had also worked at Pizzeria Uno,
And for whatever reason, I don't know if they were telling me this as a meme or whatever, but they told me, answer the survey honestly. Like, they're going to know if you're lying on the survey. So just be honest, answer the questions honestly, and you'll get by with that. So I did that. I answered the question honestly. I did not get the job, and I called and said, hey, I was just waiting to hear back from you guys about the job, and they said, yeah, you didn't pass the survey. Would have been helpful to be performative in that instance. So anyway. But my point is that being true to yourself is always going to be, I think, more, the better way to be. More satisfying and self-fulfilling. Barbosa versus Hooker. I just want to see Barbosa at his best for longer. True, man. That one actually hits kind of hard, CTE. Jan versus Sean. True. That's another great. Yeah, that's actually possibly the best answer right there, Hydra. Yeah, that should have been a 5-rounder. Who knows? We might end up getting a 5-rounder of that fight. Sean O'Malley, of course, always one fight away. How crazy would it be if they gave Sean O'Malley another title shot? Like, somewhat soon. Loses twice to the champion. Champ gets beaten. He wins 2 fights. Gets another title shot. That would be insane. But then again, Diego Lopez is getting another title shot, so these are the things. I'm not racist. I have black friends, and I'm not homophobic. I'm a huge Peyton Talbot fan. Okay. How many dates until she learns about Yama? Funny to say that. I think that actually might have been partially why the last girl that I dated did not work out. I went out with a girl recently, and I thought it went pretty well. We were it was one that I actually had a decent conversation with. I thought that she was pretty cool. I think I talked about this on stream. It was the girl that I took out to the arcade bar, because I always say that if you take a girl out to an arcade bar, at the very least, you'll have fun playing video games if the date sucks. But she was cool with that too, and we were having a really nice night. I thought everything was good, and then she said that she wanted to meet up again. But she did see, like, when I told her about Yama, it got an interesting reaction. Like, it wasn't like something that like was like a huge like, damn, that sucks, or like, I'm like, she didn't make a big thing about it, but I could tell that she was not like, it was not 100% like something that she was like, that she like responded well to. So yeah, it's not for everybody, man. I understand that. She did not realize that, of course, this was just before monetization, of course. Now, if she knew about the 25 cents that I have already made, maybe she would have changed her tune. Your bro is rolling deep with 36 cents in the account, brothers. But again, dude, I don't care. Like, I liked her. I tried to respond again. She wasn't feeling it. No hard feelings. Get what you want. I hope you find what you are looking for. I am at a point in my life where I am so secure in myself that I know my value. I know what I bring to a relationship. If this is not what you're looking for, go and good luck getting something better somewhere else. I'll be okay either way. So if it was me or Yama or whatever the answer was, mazel, baby, go find something else. Are you going to react to the new Armin and Matan pod? Yes, I am. I don't know when, because I'm a little Matan'd out right now, but it will happen. Yes, it will. I will definitely watch that at some point, probably sooner than later. I'm thinking maybe sometime next week. Yeah, because we still have a couple of other Matans to get to, since obviously I know you guys like the Matan content. I am saying, though, that like, if once you watch as much Matan as we have watched, you do start to realize that dude needs to expand his repertoire of joke subject matters. But again, I know you guys like it, so we will we'll definitely get the new episode in. And I will say also that I am actually interested in the Armin episode, because Armin does not seem like he understands the joke, because Armin is a moron. So I do want to watch it because that it actually might be funny because of Armin and him being a dumbass. Sean is getting a title shot if he wins this weekend, guaranteed. Nah, I mean, I don't think that that's true, bro. There's no way he's getting a guaranteed title shot after losing twice to Marab. He's got to win at least one more after this if he wins this weekend. But who knows? Like I said, crazier things have happened. She's not getting any of Yama's monetization tubes. True. It's true. She's not going to have the opportunity to be Mrs. Yams. I mean, bro, what a coveted title. What is going on with this broadcast? They just randomly flashed to some... Okay, now I think we got main event coming up here. Finally, I believe that it is finally time for our Venezuelan king. Damn, those ring girls look so unenthusiastic. Yeah. Yeah, they're there for the paycheck. I really liked this one to entice you. It was only Matan and Mike. Okay. I'm with it. You know, like I said, I will watch it. Hopefully Armin makes it funny. Definitely didn't know the cameraman was in them. The Matan stuff? Oh, definitely didn't know the cameraman was on them. Oh, the ring girls you're talking about. Yeah. Smile, ladies. That's your job. Brother, who is Nuclear Bomb? Who is this guy? Yeah, I know. It's a lot of that from what I understand. The trick to Matan is people having seen his videos that come on now. The ones who come in blind are the best episodes. Of course. Yeah, obviously. That's the problem with the hidden camera. Not hidden camera, but you know, like that type of... That's the problem when you are character-based in the interwebs era. When you do your show online and everybody has access to YouTube, it becomes very difficult to find people to be on the show that are not aware of what you do. Like, that's why Sacha Baron Cohen had such a good show, because like no one knew, like he went out of his way to make sure that it was hidden from his subjects, you know, the people that he was working with. You know, they always like kept it very secretive of like what the show actually was. So they didn't know, but like everybody knows who Matan is at this point. So yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a lot of people who go into it without knowing what they're getting into. Armin definitely didn't know what he was getting into. Perfect. All right, then there you go. Then maybe it will be actually entertaining. Except if it literally is just Armin saying, I don't know, brother. I don't know. I don't know this guy, brother. I don't know. It's like, all right, well, try to have a personality, Armin. Chase has been saying that he thinks Armin is actually kind of funny and that he would hang out with him. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you are talking about, dude. I have never seen Armin ever be entertaining. I have never seen him ever be endearing in any way. I have only seen him be a spoiled brat and ruin events, potentially. So there is nothing likable about Armin in the slightest to me. Okay, take 2 on getting this main event started. I think. Is we finally at the main event? I think that they should have sign language interpreters at more MMA events. How about that? Let's see if she hits another 6-7. I also wonder, is she signing in ASL or is she signing in Brazilian sign language? Like, is there a Portuguese version of sign language? Is sign language an international language at this point? I don't know enough about sign language, I'm coming to understand by talking right now. Sign language is dope, though. By the second half, I was actually busting out laughing watching with my buddies. First half, you'll for sure have the homeless people rant again. Yeah, I know. A lot of sameness. Oh, okay. It is the main event. It is our Venezuelan king. Shout out to our dude Solano. We are repping for Venezuela. Shout out to the homie in the chat earlier from Venezuela. If you give Matan a shot again, watch the Cesar Milan Dog Whisperer episode. That was a good chuckle. He was a good sport. Yeah, Cesar Milan's a cool guy, actually. I remember seeing him on some other thing in the past. Like, I don't remember what it was necessarily, but like, I remember seeing something that made me say, oh yeah, that guy's kind of cool. So I believe that. Yeah, I still need to watch the Bonnie Blue episode. Like, there's a couple of Matans that I want to watch, but like, we've watched a lot of them when it comes to the fighters, and I just wish that he would vary his subject matter. Like, I just want him to grow as a comedian. That's all I'm asking for. All right, fight is underway, and Leandro Solano has the Philippians tattoo, and our guy João Pedro Moreira has a very large sword tattooed down his back. Not gonna lie, the sword down the back actually kind of goes hard. It is much better than Brock Lesnar's sword / phallus. What do you think of Dr. Phil? I think that he is trash television. He's not a real doctor, and he does no good for anyone. Dr. Phil is a more palatable version of Jerry Springer. Yo, Leandro with the standing choke right now. Oh man, he almost had that. He had the short choke on the side. But Leandro trying to get better position on the back right now. Get the other hook in, brother. Brother, get that hook in. I couldn't do it. All right. Moreira trying to spin the body around here. Leandro going hard early. Bonnie Blue, he varied it to calling her a whore the whole time. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. It's another reason why I'm like, do I even really want to see it? Because again, you have to make that funny. That's the thing that, like, once you get past the initial shock laugh of him actually saying that to her face, there has to be some other joke to it. Ooh, uh-oh. Moreira kind of got a drop there for a second, but then Solano looking like he... Oh, that was a knee to a downed opponent, it looked like. Yeah. You taking the point for that, buddy? That was kind of odd on our Venezuelan's part, though. He took the knee, was like, hey, that was a knee to a downed opponent, and then, like, did the... Oh! But, like, after kind of a delayed reaction. Yeah, that was an illegal knee for real. You know what would be really helpful right now? A replay system. Faraza Hobby was talking about how he hates Dr. Phil on his live stream, so I was wondering what you think of him. Yeah, well, that's what I think. I think that Dr. Phil is a fraud, and he is, like I said, he's the evolution of Jerry Springer, because Jerry Springer was too extreme, but people still wanted trash television. He is a platform for people with problems to be gawked at by housewives. And I think he does no actual good. He hit him with the brain melter for real. Ooh, spinning elbow! Spinning elbow by our King Solano! Solano level changing. Back to his feet. I think I've talked about MMA Shea in this chat. Yes. I find his live streams unbearable. That chat's humor basically boils down to you're a Jew. Well, wonderful. Glad to hear it. Being, I guess I've said many times, being anti-Semitic is in vogue right now. I understand the reasons for it. to an extent at least. Just know that it's probably more dangerous than people give it credit for. And you see that all over the world. Literally, there was a attack on a Jewish celebration in Australia that was very deadly. I've talked about going to Pittsburgh and walking by the synagogue that was attacked there. A lot of deaths there. So, you know, a lot of people, they'll meme it. And look, I am not opposed. Again, if you can make it funny, then it's fine. I mean, South Park does it all the time. It's funny. It can be funny. But I'm just saying, you got to know the levels to it. And it's, again, a very popular thing to do right now. As I said, like, you know, waves of anti-Semitism come and go in cycles as well. And it is very popular right now. So, I mean, it's crazy for me to even say that out loud, but it's just the truth. And then whenever he does tier lists, the same guy will keep donating to add Anne Frank to the tier list. Again, memes that I will actually give him credit that is somewhat funny, I guess. Like, there is a kernel of humor in that. All right. Leandro running this fight right now. Venezuela is getting put on in a big way at the moment. Helen Keller was way funnier than Anne Frank. I mean, I didn't know that they were trying to go band for band. Is that a thing? Are people debating the subject? Please tell me that you are not amongst the young people who don't think that Helen Keller was real. Like, that is a crazy trend that I have heard online as well. Like, this Gen Z movement to think that Helen Keller is not actually, or was not actually deaf and blind and dumb and all that. Mute, I guess, is a better way to say that. See, exactly. There's no way Helen Keller did that shit. That's the meme. Please tell me you are memeing right now. At least of all the conspiracies, that's somewhat of a less harmful one, I would say. Her teacher was literally a fraudster. See, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, the thing is that she had people helping her with all of this stuff. So yes, she did not literally fly a plane. But she did do those things though. All right, round 2. That was a good first round, by the way. Yo, Leandro Solano is actually pretty goddamn good. Caught the kick, landed a couple nice shots with it. Fighting through an illegal knee. I like Leandro Solano. She was definitely a real person who was disabled and made it look like she did things. However, her teacher was not able to replicate the things in public. I mean, I've seen a lot of videos of breaking all of this stuff down. Oh, rear naked. Oh, he's got it. Oh, you must tap, brother. Yeah! Go, Leandro! Viva Venezuela! Sit that man on the beanbag. Venezuela, you have a winner in the main event. What was the most disturbing South Park episode in your opinion? IMO was the one where Britney Spears shoots herself. Oy. I mean, I haven't watched enough South Park recently to know. I mean, I guess technically the Scott Tenorman episode is probably the most disturbing if you really break it down. So I guess that would be my answer off the top of my head. But yeah, the Britney Spears one is pretty bad. I think her teacher very much over-exaggerated her capabilities in an era where they could not really test it for her own monetary gain. There probably is some truth to that, but I think that it's kind of a mixed bag is what I would say. Like, I think that there certainly were some exaggerations, but to say that, like, Helen Keller was not real in general is like, I think that's meme shit right there. More like an emotional support person. I mean, fair. But I also think that the meme kind of takes away from like the remarkable things that she was able to accomplish as a person with her disabilities, though. Because like the teacher actually being able to like have her communicate and stuff, you know, like to teach her how to communicate, like that's impressive. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's important. I don't know. I just think that that's, I don't know. It's one of those things that I think is unfortunate that like, I think that really what bothers me about it is not even like the truth or distruth of it. I think that it's the cynicism that comes with that when it's attached to something like a Helen Keller situation, you know? But I don't know. Maybe I'm making too much out of it. The wheelbarrow testicle episode? When he, yeah. Carrying the nuts in the wheelbarrow. He had to get that weed, bro. Helen Keller was a covert CIA asset. That I like much better as a meme. That's a conspiracy I can get behind. If only she could ever communicate with other people other than her teacher, or without her teacher saying what she was doing, or her teacher could ever help any other disabled people ever. I mean, she needed full-time care. How was she supposed to have other clients? She was like her 24/7 caretaker. I don't know, man. I've seen videos that like go through debunking all of these like counterclaims. So I don't have all the facts off the top of my head, but you know. That woman security guard looks like she would fuck up both the fighters. I gotta keep my eyes out here. Yo, this dude with the Star of David has a lot of students in this thing. This guy has been the coach of several of these fighters. Several of the winners, by the way. So, shout out to this coach. Shout out to his Star of David and his fighters. Which animal's language do you think will decipher first? My bet is orcas. Interesting question. I am so big. Sorry, that's a random thought. I mean, they tried with dolphins, right? Didn't they try with dolphins? There's that whole weird story about the chick who like jerked off the dolphin. We're getting into some weird territory. Yeah, I mean, it seems like aquatic creatures are like close to being communicatable with, but I would guess that maybe like primates, but it would have to be like an evolved version of primates. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever be able to. It's one of those kind of crazy things that, you know, it might just not be for human beings to ever like be able to do. But yeah, if I had to guess, I would say dolphins, because apparently they are one of the smartest animals. Also, apparently pigs are very smart. So maybe we could communicate with pigs at some point. It'd be nice to be able to communicate with your house pets. So maybe they've been trying with dogs. You know, cats and dogs. Yamacat yells at me all the time. Like, he never shuts up. So I would like to know what he's talking about. Star of David even runs the MMA gyms all the way in Brazil. How deep does this run, bro? So what I'm telling you, I can't wait till Yama is so big that I am part of the conspiracy, dude. I am running the planet personally. I don't know if you knew this. I am. The Blood Palm is also the Cabal. We are the Blood Palm. We are the Cabal. The Yamaverse runs the planet. Welcome to the winning team. I do not want to know what dolphins are saying. Only evil shit, I'm sure. Why do you think that? Dolphins like help people, don't they? There's been stories about dolphins like helping people that were like drowning and stuff, right? Dolphins are friends. Unless you fuck with them. I mean, that should be the big takeaway. Don't fuck with wild creatures. I've seen blackfish. Orcas are generally friends of people until you put them inside of cages that are essentially the sizes of closets in their, comparatively for them. Thanks for having the weather machine dump a bunch of snow on my school so I could watch the stream tonight. Brother, you're welcome. I personally programmed it knowing that would be the case. All knowing, all seeing, brother. You know that eye on the back of the $1 bill? Just saying. Dolphins are raging assholes? Where is this coming from? If we knew what dogs were trying to say, that would sell the best. You could make more money than old Elon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I gotta believe that there are people trying to make that happen. Oh, and I guess that was the end of the broadcast also, by the way. Yeah, hey, shout out to our dude Leandro Solano with the win in the main event. Got it by rear naked choke. What a champion. Dolphins are menaces in nature, but nice to us typically. They're like ocean's fuckboys. Are you guys like? Do you guys conspire outside of the stream to like have have these takes to fuck with me? I feel like you guys are fucking with me. Dolphins are so bad I can't send it in YouTube without getting auto modded. What is happening right now? I feel like this is anti-dolphin rhetoric that I'm being fed right now. They grape other animals to death and torture other animals seemingly for fun in nature. Is this true? Hold on a second. All right. Chat GPT. Ooh. Hey, my boy. Shout out to my boy. Sorry, got a message that I needed to respond to there. Hold on. So, do dolphins SA other aquatic creatures? All right, let me actually use the word here. ChatGPT didn't know what I was talking about. While male dolphins exhibit highly aggressive and coercive sexual behavior towards females of their own species, they generally do not target other aquatic creatures for this purpose. Sexual coercion. Sexual coercion within the species. Male bottlenose dolphins in particular are known to form gangs or alliances that isolate a single female. Oh, Jesus Christ. Isolate a single female and force activities, sometimes for weeks at a time. This is a form of sexual coercion where the female is an unwilling participant and often attempts to escape. No! Why do they do this? The males use aggressive tactics like tail slapping, biting, and threatening movements to control the female. Jesus Christ! Wow! That is really disturbing. Holy crap, dude. That is some information that I did not need to know, but now I know and can't unknow. A commonly known thing they do is bite the head off an animal and... No. They said that they don't do that. ChatGPT said that they don't do that. But yes, gang Gang graping, apparently a thing. And like to get high on pufferfish? Well, come on, that's okay though. Almost exclusively how they reproduces. Oh, Jesus. Well, okay. Then how about this? Hold on a second. Hold the phone, okay? If that is the only way that the species reproduces, is it just natural then? And like appears to be that way for us as human beings, but is natural to them? I don't know. It's an interesting question. Do you understand what I'm saying though? Where it's like, is it, if it's nature, then how is it, like maybe it just appears that way because of our perception of it. I don't know. Either way, I don't like it. Shout out to dolphins for getting high though. That's pretty cool. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's not that bad. Yeah, weeks, that's crazy. That is wild. Humpback whales are also bad for this. The males are so eager to mate with the females that they end up crushing the new babies. Oh. Ugh. Nature is, there you go. Bleeding Edge is really saying what like I always feel about this kind of stuff. That's the truth of it, is that nature is just a crazy place. I've never watched this kind of stuff because I have no interest in it, and it really does no like good for my mental health. But like I used to listen to Bill Burr, and Bill Burr would talk about like videos of like chimpanzees ripping up their, being sadistic basically, like, ripping the flesh of their prey and like things like that. And like that is really what it comes down to, is that nature is definitely a savage place. It's savage for a reason, It's the legitimate form of the legitimate usage of the word savage is what nature is, which is why I always say that I personally like to keep nature in nature. I am not a big go camping guy. Nature can exist out there. We have our human civilization areas. Leave nature for nature. I don't need to bring nature closer to me. I don't like zoos. I'm not a fan of zoos. The only time that I like zoos is when they are rehabilitating animals. But of course, Blackfish was about how that was not the case. Very disgusting. I think the fact we can recognize the females trying to escape and being attacked as non-consensual. But that's what I'm saying. But my point of it is that, is it natural to the species though? Is that just the nature of the species, and we see it as something that, even if it appears to be coercive, is just natural to how they operate? The same way as like, is it murder for praying mantises to mate and then the female rips the head off of the male or whatever? Black widows do that as well, I think. Like, yeah, you could say, oh man, black widows are savage. They mate and then kill their mates. But if it's natural to the species, we're looking at it through a human lens, is what I'm trying to say. Chimps scare me more than any other animal. They are scary, man. Planet of the Apes, that, like, I'm not gonna lie, like that actually would be a good answer on, the hinge prompts. I always think in those in terms of the hinge prompts. They have that one prompt, like my biggest irrational fear, and people always misuse that. They like my irrational fear, and they have like something that's like an actual very rational fear. Getting in a car crash, like, yeah, that's a rational fear. Planet of the Apes being real, I think that might be amongst my biggest rational fears, or irrational fears rather. Because it really does feel like, with the nature of like science and like how far things are going, that we could be in a situation like that in real life at some point. And then all of those movies end up being true. Same with 28 Days Later. Chimps are so unsettling. Yeah, I agree. You're a big camping guy? Well, that's cool, but like, you got to realize that when you are camping, you're in their domain. Feel me? Treat nature with respect. E-Money J, what's good, brother? Why you always bet against me, bro? I don't bet against you, brother. I do not bet against you. You listen back to the podcast? Is that what it is? This year, though, Chase said that he wanted to keep track of our picks, though. So, we're gonna start finding out who's right and who's wrong more often from now on. So this week it'll start. We're gonna start keeping track of who is correct and who is not correct. You should start doing that too, E-Money J. You should start keeping track of your win-loss percentage. Hell yeah, we learned how to make shelter for a reason. Why would I go back to not having it? Bleeding Edge, exactly. I like nature from afar, you know? I like a nice nature trail that is established enough and within proximity to civilization to the point that I can't get lost. Like, I like very controlled nature settings. Wild nature I don't need that. I don't need it in my life, personally. Which is another evil species? Oh, the spiders? Yeah. You're afraid of banana spiders? Is that a real thing or are you memeing? I've never heard of banana spiders. I wouldn't camp in Florida, but I would camp in Canada. There are actually some very nice camping locations in Florida. There's a lot of beautiful wilderness in Florida. And stuff that would be appropriate for camping. That's not like what I'm talking about. But even still, I just don't want or need it. Like if someone asked me, do you want to go camping? The answer is generally going to be no. Unless it's a chick that I'm, unless it's a chick who really wants to go camping, and then you get 2 days max. I would be a glamper, which is incredibly gay to say, but got to call it as the truth is told. It's not their domain. I'm also an animal. I'm nature just as much as them. I understand that mentality, but are you equipped to handle them? And you say that, except if you were going to have to handle wild animals, how would you do it? If you would do it with your bare hands, Hydra, okay. If you would use a knife or gun, bullshit. Because that is a man-made contraption and that takes you out of nature's domain. So you can say that you're an animal, but the second you put clothes on, you fundamentally changed all of the dynamics there. These are the facts. Banana spiders are insanely dangerous. Is this a real thing? Another thing that I'm getting baited with. Warm weather camping is evil and gross. True. Yeah. If I was going to go camping ever, it would have to be somewhere, somewhere not here. But I will say that at least, if you get it in the, if you camped now, this is it's kind of cool right now. So this might be a nice time to go camping if you were going to in Florida. Fall or late summer camping in Ontario is beautiful. True. Almost all your picks are wrong. Brother, first of all, that's not true. Second of all, shut up. I mean, I got to be at least around a 45%, which is not great, but they're not always wrong. Who's going to come and hurt me? A coyote? Yeah, a coyote could come and hurt you. Anything could come and hurt you. You get bit by a goddamn darting tree frog. A lot of things can hurt you. Nature will hurt you. 2 days, 1 week at least. Camping? Fucking shoot me, dude. Banana spiders are Brazilian wandering spiders? Shit, bro. Okay, I've never heard of that. But, yeah, that's not cool. You'll pay me 100 pesos to go camping? No thanks. I've got Yama to make, brother. Although it would be kind of dope to be doing a lot. I could do like an IRL live stream camping, but then I'd need a power source. That's what I'm saying. Like, there are levels to camping. You know what I'm saying? Camping has levels to it. Like, if we're talking about going out into a cabin in the woods that has all the amenities of civilization and a beautiful view of some trees, yeah, that sounds good. I'll do that. If we're talking about go out and pitch a fucking tent and heat up beans on a little makeshift stove, I'm good on that. We evolved to use tools, but that's the point though, is that's the whole thing though, is that you're saying like, oh, we've evolved. Yeah, we've evolved to be in civilization. So we're fundamentally different from animals. I've chased away smaller animals already. Bears where I camp are black, so they're big pussies. Yeah, black bears apparently are not as dangerous as some other varieties. I'm just a better evolved animal who can throw a rock out of my magic stick at light speed. See, this is what I'm saying. This is like a fundamental difference. Like, oh, I'm an animal. But you do human shit. We have evolved past it. That's why we are not animals anymore. You're saying two different things at the same time and trying to make them the same thing. It's so dumb when people act like humans aren't literally designed for spear throwing and clubs. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Again, bro, like, we're talking about two different elements of it. If you are using a knife, then maybe. If you're using pointed sticks, then maybe. You're level playing field. But the whole point is that if you're going out into nature and using man-made shit to conquer nature, then, like, you're not on a level playing field with them. I'm saying go out there bare hands and be a real man. It's incredibly gay. Nothing gay about knives. I mean, yeah, exactly. See, there you go. Bring back hand-to-hand combat and knife fighting. Bring back hand-to-hand combat with animals if you're going to be Mr. I'm an animal too. Coyotes won't hurt me the first time one doesn't run from me. It's getting stomped out. I would love to see you in a coyote tangling up, brother. Show me video of it if it happens. If coyotes are so easy to take out, show me the video of you engaged in combat with one. I'm sure you'll have the wherewithal to pull out your phone and hit the camera button. 100 pesos is life-changing money? I mean, 50,000 bots in Thailand. That's legit. Even monkeys use knives. It's totally natural. Are there species of monkeys that use tools like that? Because that used to be the barometer for humanity, was if the species was like, that was one of the things that they had said that like separated man from animals was them using tools. But I do know that there are animals that use tools. So, interesting. You're 100% confident that you could kill a coyote with your bare hands. You're much larger and weigh probably 100 pounds more. That's so easy. Do you know how sharp their claws are, bro? I feel like you would go in to try to bear hug a coyote and they would slash the shit out of your neck. You bet $1,000 a week and end the year with over 100K. You're in it for the long game, pick by pick. Then show me a percentage, bro. Also, I don't consult you before I make my picks, so sorry if they're not the ones that you pick. I never stopped being an animal. I'm not a plant or a fungus. Just a peak animal. Well, I mean, look, you are definitely peak in my book. EM is now a bushcraft channel for real. I'm going to be out there showing you how to tie branches together to make a little hut. I want to make a teepee. That's what I want to do. If I was going to be out there camping, I'd be camping like our native forefathers. At least in this country. I don't know. Teepees are kind of dope, though. Wigwams. Just saying random Native American stuff right now. I'm treading in treading in weird territory. That's like saying a monkey is less than an animal because it uses a stick to collect termites. Well, that's what I'm saying. I know that there are some animals that what I was saying is that that used to be the barometer for what separated mankind from the animals, was that that scientists would say that mankind uses tools and animals do not, but they adjusted that because they found out that there are certain animals that use tools. So I didn't know that, chimps were one of them, but it makes sense. Got to have a pointy stick. Pointy stick is necessary. So for every coyote who sees me is smart enough to run. So far, every coyote who sees me is smart enough to run. Coyotes don't even want smoke. Yeah, well, I mean, that's true. I think most animals are not actively trying to hunt human beings. They know the deal. They know that mankind has conquered this planet. That's why whenever people go out and fuck with animals, I'm always like, bro, they weren't even trying to fuck with you. Okay, yeah, my monkeys are tooling it up right now. Octopi making themselves suits of armors out of Coke cans and beer bottles. Is that real? If that's real, that's the dopest thing I ever heard of. Hey, Rwand! What's up, bro? The Dostoevsky Butcher. From Bay Harbor to Dostoevsky, my man. How you doing, Rwand? Good to see you, brother. Hope all is well on your side of the world, my man. Rwand the King. Rwand, who possibly one of the most referenced people on the podcast. You know you got a name drop on the last podcast, Rwand? I think you're going to end up getting in the... I'm releasing a clip about about Umar, and I think that when I name dropped you, it's in that clip. So I'll send it to you if I put that clip out. I'm probably going to put it out after the stream tonight, so I'll make sure to link it to you. Have you ever read about how smart crows and ravens are? Yes, I have heard that before. They understand water displacement, like they know that if they put rocks in water, it raises the water level. Yeah, actually, I did know that because I believe that they're part of the way that they build. Oh fuck! What was it? I remember. I'm messing up the actual thing, but like I remember reading something about the way that they build their nests, and it has something to do with like wind currents. Like they specifically build their nests in a way that is like conducive to them not being knocked over because they take into account like wind trajectory or something. I might be completely misremembering this, but it was something about like their nests and how they're unique. We need to start giving octopi guns. Bro, could octopus potentially be the next great combat sports athletes? These are the questions. Octopus give me a moral dilemma because they're so intelligent, but they taste so good. Same with pigs. There should be a moral dilemma about eating any animal. You know? I mean, only any animal that has a brain, there should be a moral conundrum with. There should be certainly a feeling of confliction with any animal that has a brain. Any animal that has a brain has a developed cortex that can understand and interpret pain. That's why the big debate out there is, can fish feel pain? This is apparently still undetermined, by the way. I don't know if you knew this. It is not known if fish can actually feel pain. You have a riddle for me, Rwand? Okay, great. I wonder what it is. Look up octopus making themselves a suit of armor. Let's see here, because we're talking about it. Octopus garden in BJJ. How octopuses build their own armor. YouTube short. I think I can do this. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Hold, please. Let me see if this works. I'm going to put you here. I'm going to put you here. And will this work? Stand by. Aha! Oh, almost. Oh, actually, no, it does. Yeah, that works. All right, let's see. Hopefully this
An
isn't too
octopus doesn't just hide, it invents its own armor. In the wild, some octopuses search the ocean floor for empty coconut shells. They carefully carry these shells beneath their
AI.
bodies, sometimes stacking two halves together. When danger is near, they quickly retreat inside, transforming the shell into a protective fortress. This isn't just shelter, it's portable armor, designed and used by a creature with no bones.
I mean, okay, but can I actually see like real versions of that? I don't want to see some AI slop. This octopus has armor.
This octopus just found the ultimate life hack. It picks up empty shells and hides inside using them like
shells.
armor to stay safe from predators. Smart move, right? Comment if you think octopuses are the real ocean geniuses. This octopus just found the...
How about that? Yeah, octopus are legit armored beasts. Why is it only shorts? Oh, I know why. Because YouTube search fucking sucks. All right, whatever. Anyway, that's interesting. As long as you call Umar a piece of shit, I'm gonna love it, brother. I hate to break it to you, bro. I don't think you're gonna like it all that much. I don't think you're gonna enjoy this one, brother. But you tell me. Yeah, crows and ravens are considered intelligent for their pattern recognition, but when I recognize patterns, it's racist. Yeah. See, that's funny. The riddle is, what do Jewish people call BJJ? I mean, I would think Jiu-Jitsu, right? But I don't know. What's the answer, Rwan? Tell me. Better be funny. It's okay to eat fish because they don't have any fish. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Something in the way. But it's, I mean, apparently it's, yeah, that's legitimately a thing, is that we don't know if fish can feel pain or interpret pain. We need more ocean pollution. The octopi need plate armor. Brother. I mean, all the octopus need to do is go out to the trash island, you know? You've never seen AI slop of it before? Yeah, I mean, that was certainly AI slop if I've ever seen it. But at least it was actually true. That's the thing I don't like about AI, is when it's just complete bullshit. But at least it was like somewhat factual, even if it was completely AI generated. Your answer is correct, Jiu-Jitsu. Well, see, Rwan, this is the thing, though, is that you can't put... This is basic joke construction, Rwan. I'm going to give you a little bit of inside baseball when it comes to joke construction. If the punchline has the word Jew in it, you can't put Jew into the setup. You have to somehow... Okay, this is what you should have said. The riddle is... Or the joke, I guess, not really a riddle, but the joke is, what do Hebrew people call BJJ? Then there you go. The answer, Jiu-Jitsu. See, because you don't want it, you're giving away the punchline when it's already in the setup. The first pick, bro, you can't tell me what is funny or not funny. If I laugh at it, then it's funny. And again, brother, like, what I'm saying is that, you know, like, you don't know how to help yourself on this situation, my guy. Like, you got to understand where, like, the limits of testing people's patience are. And I think that that's also something that you're not understanding either. I don't care that you are an anti-Semite, brother. What I care about is the fact that you're annoying. Like, that's what was getting to me. People always think that it has something to do with the actual content. Do you think that I take any offense to people having these racist and xenophobic thoughts? Like, I fundamentally disagree with them, but, like, do you think that I stay up at night thinking, oh man, I can't believe that people hate, all of this anti-Semitism. How am I going to survive? I don't give a fuck. I could not care less. It's the fact that you fucking won't stop. That's what bothers me. You and the third wave feminists who will shout their ideology into your ear just blah, 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 like this while you're just sitting there just like, shut up. That's what bothers me. You have to know the limits. Trash Island is hot loot drop. Got to be careful. They're normally geared there. Hey, fair. It is a good place to regen. Get your armor up. You kind of gave the answer in the question. Yeah, see that, but that's okay, Rwand. You know, Rwand, what I always will tell you, bro, is that as a person who speaks English as their second language, being able to joke in general is tremendously impressive. So, you get my respect always, brother. I cannot wait until Rwand World Order takes over. Y'all think that me and my cabal are the ones running the world. It's about to be Rwand. See, then you're telling me what's funny and it's okay for you to do that. Yeah, I mean, right. I'm telling you how I'm not telling you what's funny or not funny. I'm telling you how I responded to it. And it's, again, my Discord. Like, I've never advocated for you to being silenced in public. And if you've noticed, you have not been banned from the chat here. The Discord is a place where I like to have conversations with people that I enjoy. Here is as well. I mean, so, you know, just like keep it cool. At least YouTube has some version of like their own internal controls on all of that kind of stuff. Rwand forever the GOAT. Rwand is forever the GOAT. CT, I know. I know. Again, because Chairway doesn't know how to stop. That's why. So yeah, and again, and this is it all goes back to the same thing. Fine, you're not an anti-Semite. You are an anti-Semite. I don't care. You don't stop. You never stop. It's relentless. And we already gave you a chance to realize that, like, you were spurring out in the terminology, which I don't know. That's probably not a great term to use, but you know, you were getting crazy, and we all let that happen already. We gave you that leeway. So I'm saying, brother, I am sorry that this is the way that it is, but there are communities that are like places where you can be that way with a lot of other people who want to hear that kind of stuff. It's not stuff that we want in the Discord as a constant, relentless thing. And I will say that it is unfortunate because you were posting some other good stuff. You're posting all of your foreign film stuff. Your music stuff was good. The conversation and stuff about MMA was good. It's just you get caught up on these things and don't let go. And it's stuff that we don't want to hear blasted into our ears. I, again, go back to the CM Punk analogy. You can do that on the street. You start blasting your bullshit inside of our house. We don't like it. And maybe I'm speaking more for the entire Discord than like everybody, but it is my thing to be the arbiter of. So, again, my guy. Sorry it has to be that way. Rick cares about the dating apps, not exactly. This is true. And I didn't even say that, but it's funny that you say that here because I was going to say, you know, for all of the stuff that Rick Allen gets in this chat and all of the stuff that he says in this chat, Rick never has gone over into a territory that has been unmanageable or unwieldy to me. Rick Allen is the homie, dude. I will always defend Rick Allen to other people. You see that happen often. I think that Rick Allen is a generally angry dude, but an okay guy at heart. Like, he's not a bad dude. He just has a sour disposition. But he also is not sitting here trying to lecture everybody on the real history and all this shit. When, of course, you can go through, and as I've said many times, I can present the reality of things, but there's always going to be something that disproves it. And then you go in this circle that no one wants to be involved in. Oh, Rwand, I appreciate you always, brother. Man, I'm telling you, bro. The more that, like, having interacted with Rwand And then the interactions that we had with the Kurdistani brothers that came in that day, like my heart goes out to Kurdistan, bro. Like I'm a Kurdistani supporter right now. So if there is a way, Rwand, that I can amplify some cause that helps Kurdistan become the place that is more like of a safe, fun, great place to be that you want it to be, you let me know how to do that. Cause like I have massive love and admiration for the Kurdish people, cause I have yet to meet one that has not been awesome. And of course you are you're the first. You're the proto Kurdistani homie that we have had in the Yamiverse. So always got love for you, brother. It's okay for you to crack a joke about it, but not me. I mean, I made a very passing, quick reference to it. Again, I never brought it up in the first place. This is like you're applying everything that happened to one instance when I am looking at things cumulatively, Chairway. YAML allows us to crash out freely as long as it's not repetitive and harmful to the community. I mean, again, that's what it is right there. I mean, like, there exactly. At the end of the day, it is my community, and like, and I'm not like I don't want to have to be like some like dictator of it. But like, bro, it's a vibes thing. At the end of the day, I really have to come down to that too. You get a vibe from people. You know what I'm saying? I got the vibe early that there were going to be problems there. I start seeing swastikas in my Discord. I know I'm clocking problems. You know? And then it's like, yeah, you can say that, oh, I poked the bear with the last interaction that we had. Okay. But I also stopped. I said what I said to you. I said one more time and you're out. And then I stopped responding. I went on to do other things. I had the Roadhouse review to edit. What did you do? Posted a whole bunch of other stuff, and then you couldn't help yourself, and you crossed the line again. That's what I'm saying. Got to go back to sleep very early in the morning, but didn't want to miss the live stream. Rwand, thank you, bro. Thank you for hanging. Bro, fucker. See, this is what I'm saying, though, Rwand. I want to make Kurdistan better so that you don't have to want to get the fuck out of there. You know? That's what I'm trying to say. I appreciate that you're trying to get out of there and, like, obviously under the circumstances, like, do what you got to do. But what I would really like is for Kurdistan to be a better place for all Kurdistani people. For all of the Kurds. So that's what I'm trying to make happen over here. I want Kurdistan to be a place that people can be proud of. Because I hear you when you say that. You know what I'm saying? First heard of Kurdistan because of Rwanda and don't have a bad thing to say about it. This is what I'm talking about, bro. And actually, I mean, the first time I ever heard about Kurdistan was back in the first Iraq war. But it was because the Kurds were helping America. Now, obviously, you can have a lot of opinions about how, you know, the merits of that engagement. I'm just saying that my initial thought was, damn, the Kurdistanis are kind of homey. They're obviously they got some beefs in the area. America's coming in here and we're helping each other. I like Kurdistan. I already had a positive impression of Kurdistan based on something that probably shouldn't have happened. But either way, so I already was coming into this with love for Kurdistan, but then Rwanda took it to a whole nother level. We're all Kurds now? Facts. How could you have Dostoevsky in your name? You don't even know who he is? How? Hey, Meat Rocket, don't put that on Rwand. Rwand might have read all of Dostoevsky's work. Bro, again, we're going around in circles with the moving of the goalpost stuff, bro. Yes, exactly, bro. CTE. Yes, again, and Chairway, you are still welcome to chat in here. You have not been banned from this chat. You can still chat in here. Yeah, and see, right now you're playing the semantic argument. See, bro, you have all of the standard hallmarks of people that like try to walk this line. You said yourself, you're a habitual line stepper. That was what was banned. So you can rationalize it all and make me the bad guy all you want, bro. I've heard about the person named Dostoevsky, but mine one came from another thing. What was it from? Oh, okay. Well, Rwan's going. He's leaving. All right, Rwan, have a great rest of your night, bro. We'll talk again soon, brother. I'll send you over the link to the clip that I don't think you're gonna like very much. You got banned because people think you're annoying and there doesn't have to be some hard code of conduct for you to follow. I just, as always, Hydra coming in with like the very succinct, like beautiful ways to sum up what I'm trying to say. But yes, Rwan, you have a great rest of your night, my guy. In fact, actually, I think that I'm going to end it as well because like I had said at the start of the stream, the Roadhouse review is complete, but I do have a 4.5 hour rendering that I got to get to tonight. So generally, I let those run overnight. But if I start it now, I actually might be able to start checking it out tonight, possibly. So I think that this is probably where we're going to end it. We've been, kind of talking about all kinds of other stuff since the fights are over. So I think that that's about good for tonight. How long have we been on? Yeah, 4.5 hours. I think that that's a fine for a weekday. All right, guys. So that all being said, you know the drill around here, people. I love you. I think you're the best. I appreciate the support always. Shout out to Mr. Rage Quit with the $200 or 200 kronar donation today. Guys, I am feeling ridiculous amounts of love and appreciation from that. Your presence here is always enough for me, though. So thank you guys always for being the dopest chat in all of MMA live streaming. I appreciate you so much for that. Of course, as I said, if all goes to plan, the Roadhouse review should be out late tomorrow. So fingers crossed that everything goes smoothly with the editing and the render and all of that. Praying to God that I do not have to re-render this thing. I'm really trying to nail it on the first go. So I'm going to get that going, and I will hopefully see you in that video tomorrow. And of course, Saturday is approaching soon. There's going to be a stream on Friday as well if everything goes to plan. So tomorrow will be the video. You're basically getting Yama for the rest of the weekend here, or the rest of the week into the weekend. You're gonna have the video tomorrow, stream on Friday, stream on Saturday, and we rest on Sunday probably. But either way, I will be back very soon. I appreciate the support as always, guys. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week until we see each other again very soon. And as always, fight on.